Hello. Security breach, yes indeed. Although, so we'll talk in a minute. Let me get everything set up. No worries, Poppy Seed. Thank you for coming in. I was not expecting shatters immediately. This is new for me. I appreciate you guys. You know, I was planning on... Is the music too loud? Let me know if the volumes are acceptable. I don't know. I was trying to mess with it earlier. Okay, let's see. It has been a while for me, though. I have quite a lot of time in it. I do have I feel like I should have been a little bit more transparent with my... Well, actually, okay, so I put the game as security breach, so that is fair. And I wouldn't mind playing security breach. Here, let me get my face cam. I've got it on. I just need to... Okay, here we go. The lighting is bad because I'm bad at lighting. that is the end. Be right back. Oh, nice, very nice. We might I do have some other things we could play. The issue with Security Breach is I don't have it downloaded. I was looking at that actually, and I'll show you my true intentions. At least to start, we might play a game in just a bit, but I have an agenda. An agenda has been placed upon us. We have work ahead of us. Okay, I don't know if any of you guys have been watching the Shadow Lord, the Darth Maul Disney Plus show, but man, I respect the heck out of the voice actor for Maul. Yes, that voice. That is just I can't do an accurate impression of it, but it is beautiful. But I love that intimidating British voice. Like William Afton. Yes, William Afton. Okay, hold on. I'm so freaking ADD. Ah, you're back. Welcome back, huge zombie. Alright. I'm trying to do something that's kind of useless, but it's kind of a habit. I like to notify people that I am streaming, but I do it way too late. I'm like, hey, I'm streaming at a very random time, at 11 o'clock my time almost. Quite late for me, but I don't care. I don't have work in the morning, so I am excited to talk about good old Gregory. I have many things to say about that guy. If you saw the description, I have many a thing to say about Gregory, but I was talking to somebody on Discord yesterday about Vanny and Vanessa, and in the back of my mind, it just was like screaming at me, like, "Hey, you really need to do a deep dive into Vanessa, Gregory, and like all of that, all of the confusing things from Security Breach that no one, including myself, really understand." What, Gregory? What the hell are you doing? More so, Gregory. Why? Why are you? Why do you have more kills than likely Vanessa under your belt? Like, Gregory might be more savage than even the main villain, right? I mean, the Mimic may have nothing on Gregory. I don't know. I don't know. That's a little bit insane to say. That's a little crazy. Um, did I get that? I did. Okay. Why are we? That is my. Okay, there are many reasons. First of all, it is thematically relevant, as you know, Freddy is in a way basically just a complex springlock suit, right? I mean, can we agree on that? That Freddy, I mean, oversized cake, my Faz, all right, my Fazbear, all right, my that Freddy, good old Glamrock Freddy is basically just a springlock suit. I mean, we literally control him from inside. I don't know if that's just like a. Oh, I still have. I haven't posted this yet. Let me do video. Connect to this. Insert. Post. Uh, so and I think there's some interesting things to talk to. So I'm going to show you. This is a continuation of a project we've been working on for a very long time that I have not worked on for several months, if not like a year. It's been a while. So a long time on the channel, I did some live streams where I worked on. Get to show this off, and I'll bring it up with chat. Um, Here we go. If I can keep them together, let me see if I can wrestle this. Uh, there was an anxiety part of me that was like, "Hey, you should check your mic to make sure it's still on," because how many times has that happened? Yeah. So I'm gonna show you guys. You're gonna be quite impressed or bored. You might be bored. This might be really boring. I don't know. We might get into some gameplay stuff in a little bit. Oh my gosh, I wish I could fix my freaking lighting. That'd be fantastic. The issue though is with this specific camera, you need lighting in order to like it to work because if it's too dark, it doesn't have enough information and it just lags out so bad. So unfortunately, I need the bad lighting, but I apologize. So, okay, let me show you guys. Okay, some of you will recognize this. This is what I call my insanity board. This is where this is, and we'll here. I want to get your guys' thoughts. First of all, hold on. So we've got some music options too. We can play some music, figure out if we want to like listen to some Insanity Board. Yes. Oh my gosh, you're gonna see why it's in. I'm so proud of this. For no reason, because it's so unfinished. We have we did an entire stream on chapter 13, okay, of the Ultimate Guide 2.0. Really fun. Did not get too many places, but also got to some places. I'll show you guys that one actually, because that's the most recent thing that we did. When was that? When did we do that stream? Because that was when did I do that stream? Um, oh man, I feel like I've streamed a lot this year, at least comparatively to last year. But maybe I'm crazy. When did we do that? It was yapping once. I have so many yap streams. Um, yeah, that didn't go anywhere. That was sad. Um, think these are the streams. These were August, so this was like 4 or 5 months ago. Um, but I've been working on this for a while. So, and the fun thing is, what I can do, and here I'll put on some music. Is I can pin this in the chat, and I've done this several times. And you guys can actually go to this site. This is my FNAF Insanity board. And I can pin this. This is a completely safe site. I promise I'm not scamming you guys. This isn't a virus, alright? This is not Glitch Trap, alright? Glitch Trap is not contained within this link, alright? You guys are fine. So, if that is the right link, it should send you directly to this, and you should be able to like interact with it, click on it. I don't know if it immediately affects, because this is designed to be like a group think. What is the void? Oh, see, that's why I love this board. There is so little on the void, unfortunately, because I haven't finished this, but it's connected to a lot of book stuff. But it's a theory. It's a theory about how the world of FNAF works. The void is kind of my name for the flip side. Although, actually, I'm curious about this because I remember reading the dialogue for FNAF World. Wasn't the flip side what the animatronica villagers or / like the glitched out Fredbear or like just Fredbear was calling the real world? Wasn't he calling the real world the flip side? I guess it would it doesn't matter. Anyways, FNAF World, the like glitchy world that is what I call like the void. And the reason for that, here, let me go to, and that, so if you're unfamiliar, this is what what a lot of these Yap streams are, is like just us going down some rabbit holes. And let me play some music, just like some calming music. Okay, what should we do? Should we do FNAF music? That way we're not just listening to me yap with no background music. Should we do FNAF? Should we do, I was playing Little Nightmares earlier, or I have sad Reanimal music. FNAF music, that's fair. I've got some favorites of mine. What's your favorite FNAF song? Let me ask that. Actually, this is thematically relevant. Let me do Ultimate Custom Night. Let's see. Because there's some bangers in this one. Hibernating Evil. That is a freaking great sound name. Sleep No More Where Dreams Die. Hold on, let me search it up. For right now, let me get... yes. So this song. This song right here. Can you hear it? Hold on. Oh, you might not be able to hear it. Okay, can you guys hear the music now? I don't know what happened to that other one. Okay, that makes sense. I Can't Fix You? Oh, man. I mean, that is a great FNAF song. The issue is that's, like, copyrighted, which, I mean, this video isn't going to make much money, but it is going to get claimed. It is going to get claimed if I play I Can't Fix You, unfortunately. I just got jump scared by... I literally, the next song that it played from Ultimate Custom Night OST was just this, and it jump scared me. I literally got jump scared because I looked down and I just see Funtime Chica here. I'm like, oh no, get ready for your close-up. Oh my god, that killed me so hard. I'm dying. I'm literally dying. Because like it went from this straight up just that is not funny. That is not as funny as it should be, but it is very funny to me. Oh my gosh. Hey. So that song, this one, and the part where that plays Ultimate Custom here, let me there's one here. What's it called? Sonata for the Fallen is such a pretty. Yeah. That's some nice moody music. I like it. We can change it though. If that's called Sonata for the Fallen, which is such a freaking, that's such a bad A name. I'm not gonna lie. But okay, so FNAF, UCN, ending cutscene. There's a reason I need to show this to you. The one that everyone got, whenever they completed, like, this. Okay. This one right here. And this is really cool, the way that this connects. So, hold on. So this scene right here that has Fazbear. Is it going to show it? Yeah, here we go. It's so creepy. So, this scene right here, but the FNAF 2 song, like the one from the Living Tombstone, like the one that played during the movie, or because I know there are some OST, because like the OSTs from like Leon Riskin, are fine. I think those are all fine. Yeah. I mean, I have reactions to all the Living Tombstone songs, I think, on the channel. But I don't think I can like play them without getting copyright, so I'm just gonna like stick to kind of playing just the OSTs. For at least right now, you know. It'd be nice if I could find some like nice like just general songs that I could play that are copyrighted. Some stream hype songs, if you will. But no, so the reason this is important to me, this song that's playing is called Void. And the imagery that's used there of like Golden Freddy inside of this completely vast blank black space is something that actually repeatedly comes up into Fazbear Frights and Tales of the Pizzaplex. And it is the exact way that the spirit realm is described. It is basically this vast black empty void space, right? That then gets filled with memories, gets filled with different things. There are several like key points within. One of the most like direct ones that talks about it is the Tales of the Pizzaplex story, the first one, Frailty. One of my favorite stories. I freaking love. Kara, it's Para, I think, what's her name? The author for Frailty is one of my favorite authors for this. Thought it was something else? Well, that's okay. What did you think it was? I'm curious to hear your thoughts, because this is another thing. This isn't just me spitting thoughts into the wind. I want to hear your guys' like opinions and thoughts and just general ideas, even if you think they're stupid. I mean, there's so many freaking ideas that I have so dumb, but I think that are interesting. Oh no, it's fun. It's all right. I get it. I've been there so many times. But so the void is the space of the supernatural, and this is why I like doing this, because it allows me. I'm so ADD. This allows me to be able to like get out my thoughts and just express them and go down these rabbit holes with you guys, so that I can like be a little bit introspective and be like, all right, this doesn't really fit, this doesn't really link, or explaining to you guys why it makes sense to get your thoughts on it. It just allows me to be a little bit more cohesive in how things kind of connect to each other, to like describe it in an easier way, is basically the idea of it. So we did an entire breakdown for chapter 13. That was the last one that we did. And the whole point of this stream is I want to do one for Gregory and Vanessa. And that is going to be such a big undertaking, because unfortunately, even though the memes are true that Vanny was not in the games, there is a lot of information to go through for, like, Vanessa and Gregory. Like, so the books, you got the therapy tapes, there is, like, you don't realize there's 25 minutes of audio for the therapy tapes. And each one of them is meant to, like, condense down, a lot of information. It's so funny because, like, the therapy tapes are very clearly just exposition. But they are fun because they're like the last collectible you get, so it's nice to be able to get them, and they're very vague and the classic FNAF way. But they are definitely not a good representation for mental health. That is for sure. At least in the way that it's presented with the therapist, it's clearly not meant to be accurate. It is so funny. some of the dialogue and stuff in there. Scott is such a master at being both the best and worst at dialogue. It's so great. He does not know how to write children at all. It's so funny. But apparently does know how to write dead ones with the ghosts and the MCI. At least, I don't know. Takes a lot, bro. People think the ball pit area is from Chuck E. Cheese. Which ball pits? The magic time traveling one? Dude, imagine you were going to Chuck E. Cheese, you jump in the ball pit and just randomly end up in Freddy Fazbear. I've never seen one before. I mean, I'm sure they had a ball pit. They were pretty common. They used to be. Especially, like, I don't remember the last time I've been in, like, a ball pit. Like, probably when I was, like, a really, really little kid. There is a really funny story where I accidentally pooped in a ball pit when I was like a real little kid, and that is why you should never go into ball pits. That's such a fun story. I'm so sorry. That FNAF Freddy, same to which part. Be careful with that. Although I think that's a pretty common story. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like everyone has at some point. If you've been a kid and have gone into a ball pit, you've had an embarrassing. Oh, I never did that. That's good. That's good. Don't do it. It's bad. Okay. Oh man, I love these Yap streams. They're so much fun. I genuinely get a kick out of just being able to, like, sit down and talk about FNAF, especially whenever you have. I wanted to, again, this is so ADD, it's so crazy. Oh my gosh, I need to, like, sit down my brain and just organize my thoughts real quick and just be like, all right, what needs to come out and what needs to stay inside? And I need to deliberate on that, all right? But what about chapter 14? Chapter 14 would be the secret of the mimic. I mean, we can talk about that. But for as far as, like, the security breach, the Ultimate Guide 2.0, it doesn't really talk about Secret of the Mimic that much, and I think I know why, because DJ Sturf talked about it in a weird way. It's very clear that he's under NDA, so he talked about it in, like, a weird roundabout way. The last time I played a FNAF game was almost 4 years ago. Was that Security Breach? So you haven't played, like, Help Wanted 2 or Ruin? Did I see you in a different stream? I'm trying to remember. I don't know if you were here just last time, or because I've been in, like, a couple Five Nights at Freddy's streams, and I'm trying to, like, think. No, the Mimic. Oh, that was last time. Wait, no, the Mimic. Would that be Ruin? Because that 4 years ago, that was 2022. I mean, Secret of the Mimic came out last year. In a video. Oh, okay. I commented. No, the Mimic. Okay, I get you. No, that's true. Okay, I remember that. Yeah, I was trying to remember where I've seen you before, because I know it's very rare that I get like active chatters, so I appreciate you. Appreciate you. I really do. It's nice to be able to have people to interact with, you know, but obviously no pressure on you. But yeah, so chapter 13 is so funny. It's so funny. Oh my gosh. I meant not. No, the mimic in a video commented. I meant not in it. Okay. I don't know. I'm sure. I don't know. My brain's breaking a little bit. That's okay. Let me get back. So chapter 13 is a really funny one. In a few months ago, I think this was over Thanksgiving, right? That the Ultimate Guide, not the Mimic. So you haven't played Secret of the Mimic yet? The most recent one, because I know that one's. Oh man. What do you guys? Okay. I see that we have people in here, and I need thoughts. Okay. What are you guys thinking about and I know it's a controversial thing right now, but what do you guys think about Secret of the Mimic VR? I know not yet, and that's fine. I didn't know if any of you guys like were aware of the news and stuff that's been coming out. Because I know that was something that I was like really excited about. I was gonna have a stream, I was gonna go over it, but then it just, you know, obviously it got delayed, which is fine. I'm really happy with the way that it turned out, the way that they dealt with it, because for those who don't know, basically Steelwool Studios, the ones behind Secret of the Mimic, Security Breach, Ruin, Help Wanted 2, Help Wanted, all of those games, right, the modern FNAF core, you know, had a little bit of a mismanagement and communication whenever it came to like the most recent game. Was FNAF World? Oh wow. Oh man. I mean that's a great game. Did that turn you off of FNAF? It could go either way. I know people were like really upset about it whenever it came out. It's crazy to think that FNAF World came out. That was in 2016, 2015. It was 2015 update to 2016, I think, right? That's interesting. Yeah. Oh man. Well, at least you knew what I was referencing earlier. Yes, a lot. You didn't like it as in, or did you like it? Did you not? Yes, a lot. I'm trying to, the stream is a little bit delayed, so I'm trying to get like, what part of it you were referring to. I don't know. Well, it's, I know whenever it came out, it was mixed. But, I know, well, it wasn't that bad. That is, so I've played FNAF World. Hello, the real Henry Emily. Are you truly the real Henry Emily, or are you an imposter? Are you actually the Mimic? Be real here, the real Henry Emily. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the chaos that is this Yap stream. Oh my gosh. We still need to talk about Gregory eventually, guys. No. This is the chaos that I must unleash upon the world. These Yap streams. So thank you guys for being with me. The Mimic. Oh man, you don't even know. You don't even know about the Mimic. Oh man, this is gonna be so much fun. Oh, just looking at this, I'm realizing my brain is fried. I think I might be dead, guys. What is happening here? No. Okay. All right. We gotta close this out. I gotta close out this rabbit hole before my brain explodes and dies, because we can't talk about Chica's secret party yet. We can't. We gotta talk about Gregory. All right. We gotta keep it focused. We gotta keep it focused, guys. Hey. Where's some jingling keys? Alright, I have a key here, but they're not jingling. I have to jingle some keys, be like, alright guys, hold on, go down. I have not drunk water in a significant amount of time, and it is actually concerning. So I needed to go down and get some water. Oh, I'm glad about that. That's actually really good. Bro, he's a kid. Gregory, he's like, bro, he's a kid. Here's the thing, you don't know how many people that kid has killed. And no, don't even get me started on Cassie, alright? That makes me so mad. That legitimately makes me upset, the way that Gregory is depicted as treating Cassie. It is the most toxic friendship I think that ever existed, and it makes me so sad. It also makes Ruin make a lot more sense, but it's in a very sad way. Okay, in that spirit, okay. How should we do this? Because there are a couple of ways and a couple of things that I want to touch on, right? I'm gonna make a new category. We're just gonna name it Gregory for now, and we'll do one for Vanessa as well if we have time, but we have so much to talk about just here. So who is Gregory? The Faz is Gregory. Who is Gregory, right? Gregory is a robot. He's the mimic. Okay. There's a couple ways we could go through this. I think an easy one, right? What about characters? So the reason I don't want to do it under characters is because while that is true, and I should do it under characters, why do I do this to myself? So much of this is so unfinished. It makes me both happy that I created this, and yet sad and wondering if it makes any sense. So, yes, we could put it under characters, but I'm doing it for just cohesion because there's so much stuff to go through and talk about. Should we just put this under character? I mean, we literally could. It's a good call out. It should just be under characters. The way that I have it laid out here is so annoying because I have it laid out by game. And we could do it that way. But how do we want to do this, guys? Okay, let me just get to it. Because we have this, and I already have this for him. So, you know what? Let's just do it that way. Okay, so who is Gregory? And let's go ahead and pull up his character description via multiple official FNAF media and see what we get from that. So let me go to this over here. Talk about Gregory. Yes, alright. We need to know about Gregory. So Gregory is obviously the protagonist of Security Breach. Okay, so who is Gregory? This is another thing. I am probably going to misspell a lot of things, and my grammar is non-existent. This is literally just to get thoughts down, so do not judge me, alright? We judgment-free zone. I don't know how to spell, alright? I didn't go to school. Like Gregory, I was captured by Glitch Trap. And, oh man. There's so much. So, obviously, Gregory is the protagonist for Security Breach. He's in Ruin, though in Ruin his capacity... Did you play... Huge Zombie, did you play Ruin? Or, you said the last game you played was FNAF World. And you said you watched a playthrough for Security Breach? Or did you play Ruin? We need to know. Because I'm curious. I don't want to get into too... Well, it's going to be all spoilerly, but I was going to, like, preface spoilers. but if you're here to learn, in the class, this is the school of FNAF, so you need, you know, I don't know. Okay, let me pull this up real quick. Get this. Okay, but I forgot his name. Well, his name is Gregory, and he is the small child, the teenager, sort of. I think, how old is Gregory actually? I think he is like a teenager, or like just Markiplier, I think. Good playthrough. Good playthrough. I was watching Markiplier play Help 1 and 2 today, and Help 1 and 2, I'm not gonna lie, it gets too much hate. I don't know why. I mean, this is why I don't look on Twitter that much. This is why I can't, because some people are just like, no, they hate to hate, and it's like, I don't get what people's issues with Help 1 and 2 is. It's a good game. It's fun. It is really, really fun, and I think it's much, much better than Help 1, at least the first game. Especially considering, like, the flat mode for Help 1 and 2 is such an unbelievable, like, it feels like an actual game, unlike the flat mode, unfortunately, for Help 1, in which they did what they could for whenever it came out, which that was, like, their first game that came out under Steel Wool. So that makes sense. Okay. So, it's crazy this came out in 2023. Okay. So, I wanted to look at the official encyclopedia to get the profile for Gregory, the small child. The child that, he's past his bedtime. That's a good joke. There's a lot of fun jokes. This is even, like, pre-Ruin, so it doesn't even have anything to do with the Mimic or anything like that. Okay, hold on. Let me go here. Full screen it. Okay. So, Gregory is the protagonist of Security Breach. He's a boy who's clambered inside the glitching Glamrock Freddy and has been locked in Freddy Fazbear's Mega Pizzaplex overnight. We know this from the games. This is like nothing new. He doesn't trust Vanessa, ignoring what Freddy tells him, and avoids her while looking for a way out. So obviously this is just like a clear official description, right? This isn't anything crazy. There is an allusion to something here that we'll talk about, but I think it's interesting. Puts him in the lost and found, and intends to contact his parents. She can be heard saying, turns out there's no record of him. While trying to get out, Gregory learns children have been going missing at the Pizzaplex. Even when he gets a chance to leave, he seeks to find out what happened to them. What's more, he confronts the various Glamrock animatronics in an effort to extract their special features and forges a surprising bond with Glamrock Freddy, who's keen to liberate him from the Pizzaplex. Gregory's good ending. In the ending, when Vanessa is freed from Glitchtrap's influence, Gregory is seen outside the Pizzaplex eating ice cream with Vanessa and Freddy's detached head, forming an odd little family unit, a happy ending at last. So what I'm going to do here is, let me go ahead and do a little bit of that, a little bit of this, and this is what I love about this freaking mind map. This is so cool. Apparently he's 12. That makes sense. Cat's a meow. Is that? I don't know if that's right. Meow? I don't know. Welcome. Hello. I don't know. I don't know what I'm on right now. Not drugs. Don't worry. I'm fine. It's just, I don't know. I get excited talking about FNAF lore. It's fun. Who is Gregory? But welcome. Yeah. So I think he is, because Cassie in Ruin, Vincent is 11 years old. The previous year, seemingly, maybe. Actually, it's weird. Brain is fried. That's fine. It's all right. I don't know. -2, I guess. FNAF lore is fun. It is fun. Because it's just so weird, and I love all the cool concepts. It's got so much, like, fun sci-fi things in it that are just, here's the thing about me, alright? I'm weird, alright? So I like some of the weirder concepts. Like, look, I am like a defender of sea bonnies. I'm even willing to actually give some credit to, like, In the Flesh. That weird, weird story, right? And actually dive into the themes and things that it tries to present in the book, even with the ending being as it is, right? I'm a defender of a lot of things. Call it toxic positivity, I don't know. Some of these more science fiction concepts, I think, just really engage my brain, and I like to think about how things apply to the greater lore, and I like to use everything that we have, right, at our disposal. So I'm a big defender still of, like, using the books as kind of a parallel, attaching the meaning and symbolism and thematic storytelling that the books use, and applying those to the games in what I believe is the intended method of what Scott's trying to do, which is a bit of mixing whenever it comes to telling things in a different way as to not spoil them for later games, but hinting at things to come, right? It's interesting. That's not really a concise way of putting it, but I'll get more concise later. Got an ad? Oh, well, thank you for watching an ad. Don't know. I'm sorry that you got an ad. But I appreciate it too. That is money. That is 3 cents. Thank you for your 3-cent contribution. It is appreciated. I will... Yes. Description from encyclopedia. Description from encyclopedia. Oh man, you guys are awesome. I think this is like it's so funny because like I don't normally have this many like concurrent viewers. It's pretty cool. You guys are awesome here. Do you guys want to switch the song? Where Dreams Die. And there's this OST is so good. Oh, this is a good one. This is the classic one. In the next stream, if I'm here, I can tell you more lore about Gregory. All right. I will sit down. I will take my seat and I will listen. Next stream. If I'm here. That's good. I'm gonna give you homework for that, actually. You know what? You zombie, you just volunteered. I'm gonna straight up give you homework. Alright, I'm gonna be like, alright, you wanna give me a class? I want you to go and analyze every single one of the voice lines from Security Breach, and I want you to tell me what exactly Gregory's doing into Freddy's chest cabinet, even though he doesn't have his photo pass that gets him into that very room. I mean, how the heck does Gregory, who has no access before waking up in Freddy's chest cabinet, get into Freddy's chest cabinet, right? How does he do that? What's the deal with that? We're gonna talk about that. We're gonna talk about that because that is weird. All right, I don't know if anyone's ever thought about that. I hope so, because it's a strange one. Let me see if this is a little bit repetitive. Let me get hibernating evil. It's fun. So I want to do descriptions from the encyclopedia. Did I spell that right? Maybe not. And this is the cool thing. I can add images. So let me go ahead. I have all of the saved images. Look how many. I'm so helpful. You are going to be so helpful whenever you analyze every single one of those Gregory voice lines. Make sure they're not from the Mimic. You're like, who is the Mimic? Why am I searching for him? You're not, he's searching for you. Okay, can I add another? Okay, description. Encyclopedia. We probably don't need to do it like this. This is probably the baddest way to do it. Description of an image. Okay. try my best. Yeah, you better. I'm sorry, that's so aggressive. I'm sorry. No. It's alright. I'm sorry. You will. Okay. Alright, so, and you can't even read that. You know what I can do, probably? Like, you can't really see it. No. Hi! FNAF Show, welcome. We're here talking about good old Gregory. The piece of crap that he is. I'm joking. I'm being so hard on... Poor Gregory. Poor Gregory. He was just possessed, okay? It's fine. Like Vanessa, right? Vanessa was also somewhat possessed. At least Vanessa was a reluctant follower. Gregory was just a psychopath. No, it's just your brain? Are you saying that it's just in my head? That it's not real? That's crazy. And true. Can't believe how true that is. So, how do I get this to be readable? What I could do... What would be the best way to do this? No, your brain is fried. It is not fried. In fact, this is just literally how I am. I am not even lying to you. I promise you. I am fully just wired because I love talking about that, and that is it. This is not me. No, I was joking about that earlier. Like, legitimately, I was joking. Please do not think I am on drugs. I've never had drugs in my life. Ever. Alright, I'm 22. I'm 22. Am I 22 years old? I'm 22 years old. Not yet. Haven't been peer pressured into it. Peer pressure. Yeah. Okay. One thing that I could do. Okay, you know what's kind of cool? I kind of like this. Look at this. Look at this. You can literally do this, alright? And you can go up and you can grab the text. You know how freaking cool that is? You know how freaking cool that is? That you can literally just go up there. It is the small things in life that makes me happy, okay? So I can just do that. It is cool! I don't know, I think that's like, I don't know if it's AI scum, or AI slop that does that, or if it's just analyzing the text or whatever, but it is cool. I do like it. One application, I don't think it's AI. I think it's literally just scanning it for text. Okay, can I do that? Undo paste. Okay, I can't do that. It's actually bad. It's horrible. It didn't work the first time. It didn't work at all. Okay, can I do this? Use up past his bedtime. It's not pasting for some reason. Why not? Why are you doing this to me? What is your purpose? Why do you torment me? Okay. Why? Okay. So go. Okay. It's clipboard, so it should. I got to go. No worries, man. Hey, thank you so much for chatting. I really appreciate it. Thank you, everyone who's here, everyone who has just popped in. Realize that I might be insane and then leave, but no. Thank you for actually staying and talking. Appreciate it. Let me. I'm trying to figure out why this isn't working. Something went wrong? Okay. Oh, it's saying that, when will you stream again? So, if my lazy butt will get up in the morning, I might stream early in the morning tomorrow. That's the plan, at least. So depending on how late this stream goes, we'll see. I don't know. We'll see. I might be playing either some Security Breach, not Security Breach, Maybe I'll re-download it and we can play some Security Breach. That'd be cool. Or Secret of the Mimic, but I really do need to finish playing Replaced and no Vacation for an Executioner. Also, Heaven Does Not Respond got an update that I really want to play a lot, and I just haven't gotten to it yet. So there's a lot of things that I want to play, but just haven't gotten to. Okay, so they say they knew about the issue. So I wonder if it's gonna work now. Oh, that was different. Okay, hold on. Can I write anything on this? Okay, it's not letting me do that. That's strange. Rather unfortunate, if you ask me. And I do ask myself. Is fine. It was saved to clipboard though. New topic, paste. What? Allow. Okay, that was not what I wanted. That is not what I asked. Very specific. I wanted this text to be copied and pasted. Listen to me. I will not be ignored. Select text. Copy text. It is to clipboard. Can I see it in clipboard, maybe? Okay. You know what I promised a long time ago? That actually... In the discussion of Gregory, guys, I'm sorry. We might have to do it. We might actually have to look at the FNAF's... We're gonna have to look at the FNAF cookbook to solve Gregory, okay? The FNAF cookbook must be looked at and must be analyzed. I might not even be joking about that. We might actually look at the cookbook because there's some weird stuff in there that I want to talk about. That's weird, as I said. Okay, so is it gonna copy now? Are we good? Paste. There it is! Okay. Redo. Fazbear pizza. Okay. Okay, so yeah, so there we finally go. There we freaking go, guys. We finally got it. Alright, so we can go to the next one. Do the same thing. Do this. Select all text. Copy text. Go there. Go here. Here. Why do this to me? We'll get this to work, don't worry. As for why this is important, it's just posterity. It's just making sure that I have all the information if I need it again. And this information really is not honestly that important. It just is a condensed version of everything that we kind of already base know just from like the description on Steam for Security Breach, right? I mean, this is pretty basic, but it does go through some of the game. Go through like the upgrades and stuff. Man, actually, okay, so while you're trying to no pizza's worth this, Gregory learns there's such a thing as too much security. Yeah, so he has to. That is the character descriptions, okay. So, but outside of that, okay, who is Gregory? Because like, there's a couple caveats. We also have something else that we're going to get into, which is the therapy tapes. Him as Patient 46. Patient 46. Patient 46. That is 46, right? He is 46. And then also we have Escape the Pizzaplex, but also before that, GGY. GGY might be the most important, honestly, and we'll get into like the actual book, go through it, see if we can like pick apart some things, and then for those who haven't read GGY or Escape the Pizzaplex, do a little bit of a deep dive into exactly what these are and what they actually give us in terms of actual lore, especially in the new era where people are very, very critical of the books and how they're used in regards to how they're applied to the games. We're going to talk about that too. I really want to be kind of thorough. Was there any other like official descriptions that we got for Gregory? I want to look at not just this, and yes, I'm aware that like a lot of these tend to have errors and things, but we're smart enough to look at these and, you know, see if there's any like actual weight to any of these things. I will say, as far as like the security, the like Five Nights at Freddy's Ultimate Guide, it is the most like well-designed book I think we've got for as far as like the complete work. It is pretty. I have it over here actually. It's nice for that, folks. Also, water break. Alright, water break, people. But like, yeah, so like, is my camera completely messed up? Let me see. Okay, no, it's fine. Alright, but like, this book is really cool, actually. It's like, I know it gets hit on a lot. People are like, it says the books are 1-to-1 canon. And there are some like weird descriptors that are kind of ambiguous, and it doesn't really tell you a whole lot about like the new games as far as like Security Breach or Help 1 and 2, or even like Into the Pit. The description for Into the Pit is laughable. Of course, there's some like wrong book like attributions, is that the right word for it? Like, it attributes certain books to certain characters that aren't there, right? You have that with like the encyclopedia. It's a lot of stories. There's so many freaking stories and short stories too, and a lot of them are naming the book that they appear in rather than like the specific short story. Some of them are just like that mistake, but there is a couple of specific lines in this book that we do have to talk about in regards to Gregory. One of them is really important, because if it's true, it has a lot of implications. So I have the online version of the Ultimate Guide 2.0. Oh, there we go. Okay, hold on. I know exactly what I did there. Okay. I bumped my cord, and I can't do that. If I bump my cord, it dies. It literally dies. It's so funny. Okay, so we're getting a little bit more focus here, which is good. That was good. Water. All of you need to drink water. Okay. So we've been going for an hour. You guys have been awesome. Thank you for being here. Let me know, because I would like to get some more people chatting. I understand if you don't want to do that, but if you do, you can listen and put into the chat what OST from like Five Nights at Freddy's you think would be good to play, and I might consider it. So if that is your incentive for potentially chatting, and also getting some thoughts. I wanted to look. Also, this is chapter 13. We gotta run away, guys. Chapter 13. Can't look at it. I wanted to quickly just like get the description it gives for Gregory here. I don't think it's very like relevant. I just want to see if it mentions anything interesting at all. Because this does give like updated like descriptors, but I don't think there's anything like super important. Where Where would that be? Because I know it's alphabetical order, right, for these. Does it even have Gregory in here? I think it does. Not there. Where is that? Shadow Mangle image not found. They got rid of Shadow Mangle. Where was it? Because it's in alphabetical order. The Mimic. Oh no, it's even got the old cover for it. The Mimic, an unusual animatronic, which often it looks like a primitive, unusually tall endoskeleton. Put together from haphazard mix of wires, gears, and other machinery, its face was built around two large dull eyes. Indeed. That was Gregory. That is Gregory for sure. We found him. We found Gregory. It's the Mimic. No surprise there. Maybe I'm wrong. Does it actually not have a description here? Probably doesn't matter. Eleanor. I don't know. Eleanor is powerful. She's coming to the games, guys. It's true. Or she already is in the games. If you know, if you know, if you know, you know. The blob. Look at the blob there. The blob, the Bobadots. Guys, it's the Bobadots. Actually a peak story, the Bobadots. But man, they look stupid there. They look so stupid there. It's so funny. Oh man, okay. Where is it that where in the Ultimate Guide 2.0 does it talk about Cassie and Gregory? I'm guessing it's just literally like, I know there's like parts, I think, where it's talking about like the Escape the Pizzaplex and stuff. I guess we'll get there when we get there. We have enough to go through. It's Lolly's game. Which, by the way, also the graphic novel. Oh, hold on. I know what I did. Oh no! I touched the cord again. Here, it's gonna freeze up again. It didn't. Okay, it glitched a little bit, but then it stopped. Alright, we're good. It didn't die. We're still here. Okay. So, where is it? Where is it that I'm talking about this? There's so many pages in this freaking thing. Oh, am I gonna find anything? This is for Into the Pit. Okay. Not what I want. Oh, that's the interactive novel. Isn't it weird that we get so many allusions to Into the Pit? Like, we have 3 iterations of Into the Pit. I always thought that was so weird. I know why, though. I think it's interesting why. I think I know exactly why we have 3 iterations. As it says, it's a very important story. White Tiger. What a cool character. Edwin Murray disappeared. David Murray. This is Secret of the Mimic stuff. Isn't it? It's Security Breach that talks about it, right? And then it's chapter 13. Yes. Okay. But the biggest. Okay, so the biggest. Let me bring this up. Hello, Crystals! Welcome. I can't remember, but I think Gregory leaves the Pizzaplex on one of the endings, so the Mimic was definitely the one thing that brought Cassidy there. I don't know if this is correct, though. So... oh, man. Here's the thing that does not make sense. Gregory as a character does not make sense in both Ruin and Security Breach. The things that he says do not make sense. It is either like, here's the options, okay. Gregory is either a liar, right, and he is just a really good manipulator. or you either know or you don't see it yet. But I think once I explain it, you'll understand. It does not make sense, right? The beginning of Security Breach, very clearly in FNAF form and in all of its glory, it does the classic FNAF thing, right? It brings you into a surrounding and a world that has a fixed perspective. FNAF 1, you are a security guard that randomly is just thrust into this world, right? There's no reason you should assume that these are killer animatronics that you have to, like, fight to survive, but, like, you're just a random guy that's trying to, like, survive this incredibly weird scenario, right, for the first game, and you don't know that you're being haunted by, like, spirits of children, right? All of that is found through Easter eggs, right? It's meant to emulate the way that we, as the audience, come into this, right? Security Breach starts out and perfectly encapsulates that by having, like, hey, Freddy collapses on screen after this big performance that he was doing, and there's all these weird things that glitches out. And if you pause and go through that scene by scene, there's so many interesting little details for Freddy's, like, you find out that the reason that he crashed was he overheated because he received a message from a source that appears to be connected to the threat that he identifies that is also a small child. That is Gregory. Likely it's 100% Gregory, alright? And I mean, if you know anything about Gregory as, like, outside of the games, you know it makes perfect sense that this would be Gregory, right? That sends this communication to Freddy as an excuse to get Freddy out of commission to be able to hide inside of him in order to escape Vanny, right? All of that kind of matches up. What doesn't is how. How does Gregory get back here? Because where he is, he's in the main, like, stage area, the big hub area, right? Where the big stage is. Freddy's performing, and he looks out into the crowd, and he sees presumably what would be Gregory, like the only character that it makes sense to be a small child that has the capacity to hack into his system, send him the message that makes him overheat, would be Gregory, right? But when he gets inside of Gregory, not inside of Gregory, no. When he gets inside of Freddy's chest cavity, right? Which is such a weird statement to say. I love this. I love the astral spiff. Am I Gregnant? such a freaking good meme. The Gregnant meme. My gosh. Yeah. But it doesn't make sense that Gregory is able to be here. Oh, huge zombie, you're back? Are you like William Afton? You always come back? I just went on, like, a massive tirade of a lore dump for you. I'll gladly repeat myself. No. I've got to, I always come back. Oh no. Oh no, he always comes back. Man, I really enjoyed this. Thank you guys so much for being here. I'm having a really good time. I was, like, telling myself the whole time, I'm like, man, you should get on stream, you should start streaming, you should just do this. I forget how much fun I always have on these Yap streams. I always get, like, a little bit anxious. It's like, oh no, I'm not playing a game, I'm not doing anything, like, engaging, but it's like, nah, you don't have to. You can just have some relaxed streams where you just talk, and maybe later we'll play a game. I know it's late, but I don't really care. It is fun, and I love just letting my ADD out, and just letting my brain do what it does. So what are we talking about? So we were talking about Gregory, of course. We were actually on topic. And we were talking about how it doesn't make sense that Gregory is where he is at the beginning of Security Breach. Because where he is, obviously in Freddy's chest cavity. No, I promise, no. My brain is fried in a way that is like, I am tired, or at least I should be tired. I'm very clearly not. Oh my gosh, it was so stupid. You know what I did last night? This is so funny. This is like the equivalent, I guess, of that. I had an energy drink at like 12 o'clock, like at night, right? Midnight. I had like an energy drink. I don't know why I did that. And I ended up talking to somebody on Discord about Five Nights at Freddy's, about I know you're not crazy. Yeah, no, it's all in fun. I get what you're saying. It is like, seriously, whenever I get into these spats of like just nonsense, it seems like I probably am high or something. I don't know. I'm not though. Yeah, I can neither confirm nor deny these allegations. Oh my gosh. So funny. I just have to like, my brain comes online and it's like, what are you talking about? What are you doing? And I just have to remind myself, I'm like, I'm just having fun. That's what I'm doing. Hide and seek and hide and hope they don't seek. And everything. That's such an interesting thing though. Okay, we have to... This is so freaking interesting. Gregory is such an interesting character because based on everything that is established outside of the games, right, and in the games themselves through the therapy tapes, what you get is Gregory is responsible for everything that happens in Security Breach. Everything that happens, right, he is almost maybe directly responsible to. Yeah, but it's very dangerous. I mean, here's the thing, right? So he's responsible, according to GGY, for the deaths of every single one of his therapists. He pretty much directly kills them, right? He sends them off to the Pizzaplex for something to happen. At a certain point, it describes that they, like one of the therapists was found mangled in their home, right? In her home, and was like, her body was unrecognizable, right? Gregory did that, most likely through an animatronic, right? Which is like, okay, how did the mimic just like did he like spawn in Freddy? It's so weird. Though actually thinking about it, if you want to get real and think about like an animatronic being inside of your home, you think about FNAF AR special delivery. It could also be through that. You could think of it that maybe that the FNAF AR special delivery service potentially is responsible for those hits, right? And maybe Gregory organized that. That would make Vanessa kind of culpable for that too, because she is responsible for lifting the safe mode for the animatronics in the special delivery through the hack that she puts into the system. Gregory, what the hell? Yeah, no, it's so weird. Also, Escape the Pizzaplex is such a mess, man. I have an entire reading that I did with Nightlen. Nightlen, if you don't know, is a fellow YouTuber / also my cousin, who we often do streams and stuff together. It's a fun time. There's such an unhinged dynamic between us that is so fun. We did it might be my favorite stream, honestly. We did a stream on Escape the Pizzaplex, where I did a complete reading of that book, and we left so confused. That book was a mess, alright? It's a bad choose-your-own-adventure interactive novel. Gregory apparently does become the mimic. Yeah, so in Ruin, his voice is used, which we're going to talk about that. I want to do something real quick. Let me pull up FNAF Security Breach therapy tapes. Transcript. Therapy tapes. Okay. Because we need to go through the retro CDs. There's a couple things here that I think are important. Can I... Okay. Because I want to get all of the 46 tapes, right? I don't know if I can like upload the audio to this too. When I down the Ruin, I will record my gameplay. Oh, that'd be fun. I'd love to watch it. You upload it to YouTube and stuff. That'd be fun. I've been enjoying watching new YouTubers that have been going through the series get to like Ruin and Secret of the Mimic, because I think Ruin especially is probably one of my favorites. Like just general FNAF games. Like I really love it. I love Secret of the Mimic so much. I want to get to, what the heck are these ads, man? I need an ad blocker. These ads are unhinged. Let me get, you know what? Let me actually just do this. Let me just get, this is probably just gonna be a mess. Let's see. Just get all of that copied. And then I can just go over here, do a Google Doc. My playtime for FNAF 4 is 793 hours. Wow, that is quite a lot. I don't know. Are you serious? That if so, it's legitimately impressive. I mean, FNAF 4, the funny thing about FNAF in general, and this is such a funny thing I think about the franchise as a whole, is like, you don't really have to play the games in order to get into it. Like for me, there's a lot of like the older games, like specifically like 3 and 4 that I've seen playthroughs of, but I haven't actually played myself. Like I played 1 and 2. I've played like even FNAF 6, which is a free game. I haven't really even played, and it's like I have a channel. I feel like it is because of 2020 mode. Yeah. And I know Markiplier's too was kind of talking about that, the fact that like he seems to miss how hard the games were and how much time he actually had to like put into them, right? That the new ones are more experiences. They're more like not necessarily walking simulators, but they have a very different play style that I think people miss, like how difficult it is. I think even with like Help 1 and 2, I think people are like, well, it was good, but it wasn't hard, right? And it wasn't scary, is kind of the complaints. For me, I didn't care because it was just really, really fun. And I liked the strategy that you had to put into a lot of the mini games and a lot of the shortcuts you could put into it too. I really need to go back and play like FNAF 3 and 4. I know 3's a little hard to get into for the gameplay at least. But again, it's like you come up with a strategy, you go through the loop, and that part's kind of really fun. The Halloween event for FNAF 4 is fun. I've seen the reskins. I've seen like of course Nightmarion, the jack-o'-lanterns. Those are really cool. Plus, I really love the voice acting for like the jack-o'-lanterns in Ultimate Custom Night. I think it's so cool, especially like obviously like one. I know it's not specifically for FNAF 4. Since it's an exclusive character that was created for Curse of Dreadbear, but I've said this before, one of my favorite characters is Grim Foxy. As far as just the design, it's just a cool design. He's got like a freaking scythe, right? He's like a fox of death. It's such a cool concept. I love Grim Foxy, but he's kind of in the spirit of the jack-o'-lanterns, right? Especially with that having theming around like 1983. I survived to 2 a.m. Wow, that's crazy. Man, that's cool. I imagine that was really difficult. 20 mode and all that I imagine. I mean, I can't imagine how chaotic. Oh my gosh, how much freaking chaos that would be. Okay, let me get all of this. Okay, it actually laid it up pretty nice. I'm happy with that. Oh, and it even did the table. There we go. Really difficult. Okay. This is nice. I like this. Can I pull this? So let's go ahead, because this is really what I wanted to do. Patient 46. Logs. Okay, logs. Okay. Split into good to do necessarily. Okay, let's change the music. Let's do something from FNAF World actually. World OST. Have you covered all Easter eggs in FNAF Security Breach? I have not, and there's so many. There are literally so many freaking Easter eggs. The Easter eggs in Security Breach are really interesting. Also, there's just straight up like a whole catalog of references to like every single game from like FNAF 1 to 4. Obviously, like sister location, and it's very clear they really wanted to, yeah, like they wanted to make sure that every game was referenced in some way, right? And I feel like some of them are very specific. I have a really weird theory. Okay. I'm gonna switch over to, wanted to get into the FNAF World soundtrack, but just having a moment real quick. I have a really weird theory about the Easter eggs in Security Breach, specifically the ones to Curse of Dreadbear. So if you're not aware, there are several areas that are not just homages to Curse of Dreadbear, they're literal recreations of the different rooms from Curse of Dreadbear, right? You have like the projector room, you have the Mangle quest, right? The Mangle assembly line from those, and they're all like end of game back rooms that you get to access once you get all the upgrades. Only became popular when Markiplier played it. There was a YouTuber, I think, before Markiplier played it that also helped. I know MatPat also, whenever with Game Theory, got people interested in like the lore and stuff. I think there was a lot of things that just really aligned for Scott in order to really get the game going and with as much staying power as it did. Like, yeah, Corey X, which I love Corey X Genshin, man. I really do. Most wholesome guy ever. I loved his cameo in the FNAF movie, man, and the FNAF 2 movie. It just made me so happy seeing him as the taxi driver. It's such a small thing, but it's really fun for the fans. I really hope, this is such a funny hope, I really hope Markiplier gets to actually cameo in FNAF 3. That would be so funny. I hope he gets to be in a scene with Springtrap or something. That would be so cool if Markiplier got to be like a victim of Springtrap or something. Like one of the first people to die or something. Like he was supposed to with the FNAF 1 movie. That's such a tangent, but it's interesting. But the theory that I have for Curse of Dreadbear, right, and the relations between that and Security Breach. Help Wanted, right? Help Wanted has some weird stuff in it that people I don't think have acknowledged. Help Wanted is not what it seems. And my idea is, I think Help Wanted, the person that we play as in Help Wanted, is actually Gregory, right? I think the person we play as, because first of all, the height that you're at in Help Wanted is basically child height, right? You're playing as a child, and that's really interesting because the assumption is, oh, it's Vanessa. Vanessa never worked at Help Wanted as a VR tester. If you actually look at her interactions with Lewis, one of the things he specifically says is, most people think that I work on the games for Fazbear Entertainment, but that is not all I do. Or not what I do. And that's in one of the cut emails that's confirmed to be canon according to Scott, right? And in the one of those cut emails, it mentions that Vanessa's connection or transfer over to the Pizzaplex was a security to security transfer. So she didn't work beta testing. Why would Gregory be a security guard? Well, no. I'm not saying that Gregory is a security guard. I'm saying that Gregory is the one who is playing Help Wanted, and Help Wanted is a game that's being played in the same way that Help Wanted 2 is, and that it's disguising work he's doing for the in the Pizzaplex, right? And I think so in Help Wanted 2, the whole idea, and again, Help Wanted 2, it's a sequel to the first game, right? The whole idea of Help Wanted is that everything that is presented as a guise by Glitchtrap in order to make people think that they are under a legitimate a legitimate job, right? It presents itself as, you are a technician, you're gonna do all these jobs, and they're all different things, right? Like, if you think about the gameplay aspects of Help Wanted 2, you are going through different periods in history, right? You are going through different things. You're going through Sister Location. You're going through FNAF 6. You're going through this the Pizzaplex itself. You're repairing the different animatronics, likely adding the different features we see in Ruin, right? You even see that with Roxy. Roxy gets her mask in Help Wanted 2, right? In Help Wanted, right? Why wouldn't it carry that concept? If this is the only place you're seeing Glitchtrap in that form is between these two games, then why wouldn't they share that same connection of having the same concept or mechanic of this being something that is under a guise by Glitchtrap in order to make you think that this is normal? And this is the thing. We know that's the case because Help Wanted tells us. And I want to show you this because this is so cool. In hindsight, this is something you would never know from the game itself, because why wouldn't you take it at face value? This is only something you would know after more of the story has been unveiled, as Scott kind of alluded to in his post about whether the story can be solved. It's it's hard because the story's still ongoing. There's still things that are being planned out, right? While I watched, what is it? I'm very curious because there's so many things that are so interesting. Pizza Party. Purple eyes for a frame and long ears for a single frame? Purple eyes for a frame and long ears for a single frame. Explain further. You've got me intrigued. What do you mean by that? I'm curious. Because I don't know what are you referring to specifically. Because I want to show you it's Helpy. Or not Helpy, but it's the Fazbear AI voice. What's his name? Hand unit. Wanted hand unit. Dialogue. Because he said he noticed something, so I went back. I will say one thing to note. I love Markiplier for this. Markiplier sometimes is a little bit cheeky and he adds things to his gameplay, and he does that specifically for people who are looking at his playthrough for Easter eggs, and he'll do that to be mess with you guys. It is fun. He did it with Ruin. He put famously he put Shadow Bonnie on the TV, and everyone was freaking out because they thought it was real, and it wasn't. It was him and his editor, bro. No, it might be a thing. It might be a thing, but you might want to check some other playthroughs. You might want to check some other playthroughs because it is possible. I will say, let me find some music. It looks real too. It might be real. I wouldn't doubt it. It easily could be. Hold on. Here. What is there's one Wow, there's so many good ones in here. Let's see. Oh, what's the sister location? The Black Venta? It's such a good song. Yeah, this one. Love this one. Did you see my comment on your the Amazing Digital Circus video? Let me check. Because I think so. I think I do. It did. I didn't get a. I was trying to think. Oh, very nice. I don't think that would be how. No, it would be responding. Which one? Oh yeah, you should react to episode 9 trailer. I was thinking about it. I've already seen it. That was what my hesitation was. Because I'm stupid, and sometimes I don't think immediately about, like, hey, you have a reaction channel, you should react to things. But most of the time I'm like, but I was thinking about using it as a caveat to be able to talk about my final thoughts before the movie comes out, right? Because I have a pretty good idea as to how I think that the final episode will go. I have a pretty solid theory. I almost think it has to happen. There's so many, like, yeah, I am too. I am so excited. I'm so incredibly proud of Glitch for everything that they're doing right now. I think it's all just, like, incredible. Just everything that they've been able to do. Okay. What am I doing? What am I doing? No, I was getting the help wanted hand unit dialogue. Can I get it without all the weird ads, though? That's my question. Okay, welcome back. That's sister location. Okay, then you have help wanted. Oh man, this is such an interesting thing here, because, like, again, you wouldn't immediately catch it. The June 4th ticket sold out for me, so I'm going on June 5th. Ooh, good for them, though. Like, seriously, it's insane. I need to go in and get tickets, because it's probably sold out where I am, too. Okay, check this out. But again, we have to get back to Gregory at some point. This is important. We are talking about Gregory, actually. Okay, so first of all, I'm gonna stop the music for 1 second, even though I really like that that moody soundtrack. That's really fun. But I need to think. I need to be able to present this idea to you guys. Okay. So, yes, we can't just scrap Gregory. We can't just delete his file, okay? Funny enough, though, he kind of seemingly deleted his own file. Be right back. No worries. Okay. Let me ramble about this, though, because I'm about to blow your minds. I've mentioned this in other streams, by the way. If you want to go back and look at my other ramble streams, I explain my entire thoughts on, like, the modern FNAF story, where I think it's going. This isn't anything really, like, new. I need an ad blocker. I don't know why there's so many, like, weird... These games are such just, like... The advertising is so freaking weird. Like, why are you... What's happening there? Sorry, I'm getting distracted. Okay, so... This is so interesting. This is something you wouldn't think about, again, because it's help wanted, right? You got everything you needed from it. This is such an interesting one. Okay, we hope you are enjoying the Fazbear virtual experience. Again, this plays after, like, 4 challenges are completed. Here's the interesting. We hope you're enjoying the Fazbear virtual experience. Please be aware that there may be visual artifacts left behind from the beta testing phase of development. Okay. Left behind from the beta testing phase of development, right? So you aren't a beta tester. You are not a beta tester. Again, the whole point of a beta tester is stress testing, right? It is pushing boundaries. It is trying to break the game to see if the game is broken, right? The whole point of being a beta tester isn't to play by the rules of the games. It's to press on the rules to see if they can withstand player interaction, right? Especially in VR. Steelwool's discovering that right now with their game, right? Yeah, so you aren't a beta tester. the whole idea Scott presented this as is you are a beta tester playing this game, and I think it's even on the Steam like page, is like you are a beta tester going through this experience, but it keeps telling you like, hey, don't go in that area, stay in the designated zones, do not play the game as unintended, like play the game as unintended, and if you don't, it gets mad at you. Now, where have we seen that before? Isn't that literally what happens in Help Wanted 2? Where, like, it specifically says, stay in designated zones. Helpy literally says that on the projector screen in one of the dialogue. So you literally get that same, connection there. But you even get a little bit more. Exactly what our risk assessment team was hoping you do. Again, it looks like you're making great progress, and more importantly, you're staying in your lane, sticking to the script, which is exactly what our risk assessment team was hoping you do. Please continue to enjoy the Fazbear virtual experience. What game is this? What are you playing? The fact that, like, their risk assessment team... So, like, I don't know. I've never been a beta tester. I don't know anything really super about it, but I do know, like, I don't understand if you're a beta tester why you wouldn't be allowed to, like, okay, we need you to test the games. We need you to make sure that everything's working right. Like, yeah, still questioning what the heck are those ads on the side. Yeah, I don't know. I literally don't know. I'm trying to just ignore it because it's just freaking weird. Like it's here. It's like what game? This is Help Wanted. This is all from Help Wanted. Whenever you do so many different mini games, you get hand unit comes on and says some different things. He also alludes to something that I think it's kind of connected to the mimic here. Using proprietary technology developed by Fazbear Entertainment, our VR development team were able to use vintage control boards, almost like plug and play, digitally recreating performances, personalities from the past in an instant. You know what's interesting about that? The advertisement that Steelwool used for Secret of the Mimic when Help Wanted 2 was about to release was a picture of a console that was the first ever plug and play system. In essence, the idea of it is that you like plug in a game and it instantly is playable, right? And you can like basically like alter it directly, right? I think that's the idea. I can't wait to see lore about Gregory. This is lore about Gregory. My idea is that Gregory is the one you're playing as and Help Wanted. It's all connected. Don't worry. It's fine. We're focused. Look, I am staying so incredibly focused. You should see me. I'm so focused right now. I know you can't see me. You can see how freaking ADD I am. Yeah, it's that. Oh man. Considered a glitch. Yeah. So a toilet break. Very good. Very good. This is another nail in the coffin for this idea too. The Fazbear Virtual Experience is a robust title, but it almost never made it to market. I want to read that again. The Fazbear Virtual Experience is a robust title, but it almost never made it to market. The Fazbear Virtual Experience made it to market. You aren't playing an unfinished version of the game. You're playing the game itself, right? I mean, the whole idea of it is meant to be that you're a beta tester, but clearly you're not from everything that the actual dialogue tells you. But the things that were left behind Tape Lady assumed, right, that the next development team would get rid of it. Clearly they did not. As it says, it was left over from beta testing. The first development team had a lot of problems, made some sloppy mistakes, and was eventually pulled from the project. For that reason, we recommend that you avoid any comments, notes, or warnings that may have been left behind by previous development teams. We assure you that they are wholly untrustworthy. And then you have this. Would you like to hear a funny fun fact? One of the previous development teams made a hilarious mistake, one that may or may not have resulted in undesirable anomaly entering the game's code. Please accept that statement as our full legal disclaimer and absolution of responsibility and potential harm to you. By the way, also the undesirable anomaly entering your game, that's the entity. I mean, that is the entity from Ruin. It literally is described the same. Before, like, the anomaly is literally what glitch trap is known as, and it's the primary way that the entity is referred to. It is referred to as an anomaly. It's a virus, right, that infects systems and is trying to get the mimic, right? Something grabbed me and it won't let go. And I think that's true. I actually do. I think that it is true that the mimic was grabbed by something and that it was trying to hold on to him, to the program, right? In the same way that seemingly something grabbed Gregory, and Gregory is an unwilling participant in something much greater. Vanessa and Gregory are two pawns in a game of chess between two sides that are effectively just playing them for each other's own benefit. And they do have their own goals. And I think... Hold on. My gosh. We've almost been going for 2 hours, guys. What about when you walk into the stage? What do you mean? What happens when you walk onto the stage? For, which one? Which one? Okay, let me go back to... Doesn't it glitch out? When you walk onto the stage. Doesn't it glitch out? What do you mean? The game itself? Doesn't it glitch out? I'm not sure I understand. I need more clarification. Perhaps. Go back. Because this is talking about help wanted. This is talking about consider a glitch or mistake. Embedded message from unauthorized personnel. Scroll. Oh, you're talking about glitch. Oh, you're talking about this. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Fazbear and time, we would like it. Yeah, that's at the, that's after the pizza party challenge. Walking onto the show stage. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Plays when walking onto this one.
It seems that, on multiple occasions now, you have disappeared from the authorized boundary.
Oh, that's not the one.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Fazbear Entertainment would like you to put your hands together for the one, the only.
That's the same dialogue that plays for the, during the first, I think, security breach trailer, right? Isn't it? Yeah, that's the dialogue. Interesting. I didn't notice that before. That's a good catch. I was talking about that. Yeah. Because that's after you walk onto the stage in Pizza Party. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense, because, and again, it's so interesting because the pose that you're in at the end of Help Wanted is the same one that you're in, yeah, oh my gosh. If the lore was not fun, that would be concerning, the way that I'm talking about it. I would sound like a madman, like, just, I don't know. The words just stopped. The words literally just stopped. My brain broke. I don't know what I was trying to say. Oh my gosh. Yeah, the lore is fun. You're not a madman. I'm not a madman. I'm not William Afton. But I feel like a sometimes. You know what's so funny? I have to bring this up. Hold up. The song that this is called, guys, you know what this is? This song is called Back to the Iron Lung. Very clearly a Markiplier reference, guys. This is also one of my favorite songs from Secret of the Mimic. I freaking love organ. So, having an organ here, Secret of the Mimic. Yes. Which is a game you have not played. You need to play it. I love this. Yes. Yeah, guys, Markiplier reference, obviously. listen to the, oh my gosh, this song. You have to enjoy this song for a second. Love this song. I try to look for all the Gregory dialogue over here. Yes, such a good OST. Very great. This whole soundtrack is just so good. Okay, I wanted to add... Okay, I already added that one. Let's stop stalling, because we've talked about so many things other than one thing that we needed to talk about. It was all good, though. That is so much. And I make this neater. Guess not. I guess there's probably a way to do it. Well, I mean, that is a way. Technically bad. No, not necessarily. Like, Princess Quest. Princess Quest isn't necessarily a bad ending, no. I mean, here's the thing that's confusing. Not everything that Gregory does is bad. Like, in Security Breach, nothing he does is bad, necessarily, but it's also... Based on the wall code from Michael's room that we see in Security Breach, it seems as if Gregory was instructed to do these things. And the thing is, right, so here's what's interesting. Gregory was told to destroy the Vile Band, right? The Glamrock animatronics, right? To save those with soul. And assumedly that would be for the Burn Trap ending. But in Ruin, it seems to assume that the Burn Trap ending isn't the canon ending. It is, in fact, the Princess Quest ending. But the thing that is strange is that how does that work with Princess Quest 4? Because the way that Princess Quest as a mechanic is set up is that the technician that was trying to play all of the Princess Quests wasn't successful in doing them all, which is why obviously Vanessa wasn't freed already. But one of the things he kind of like postulated was that the idea that like you have to play them all in order, right? So is it that like you play all three of them, it frees Vanessa and all the staff bots, but then there's like one more because there's like, I guess it makes sense from one angle because it's like it freed all of them except for one, so like the one that was kept back in Help Wanted 2, because like the whole idea is that like Glitch Trap hung on to the soul of one of his victims that was the technician that made him special, and then Princess Quest 4 is him breaking out and severing that last connection. And it does kind of assume that I guess the technician already is dead for that game, which would make sense. I thought he did something else. Yeah, I'll have to look into those messages more, because I don't remember them too well right now. Okay, I was trying to figure out if I could move this over, potentially. Because I don't like the way this looks. Can I move this? Wait, hold on. You, there we go. That's a little bit better. So then I can move this, like this. Generally make this look a little bit nicer. Can I add indentions or something? Oh, I have to, I think, right? How do I do this? This is like the least best way to do this. Okay, hold on. Okay, no. But walls of text haven't. What is happening? What is happening with my mouse? Oh, wait a second. Why is it doing that? Oh, wait, hold on. There we go. Okay. We are back in control. Don't know what happened there. That was kind of weird. Okay. Let me go ahead and like X out some of these. I think I'm on too many browsers. We might come back to that. Stream lagged a little bit. Okay. That makes sense. It was definitely having some issues. Let me check OBS. Make sure it's good. Okay. It seems as if everything is good. I'm trusting everything's good. I don't know why it lagged so bad. We just, I guess, had like a lag spike. That's okay. My mouse was like going crazy though. Okay. I was trying to go over here. It is good. That is good. I'm glad that it is good. A third therapist. Okay, that's actually nice that it makes that note, that connection. Okay, and then that's and I guess we should label these because this should be 1, 2, log 1. Log 1. Okay. Oh wait. Oh, I'm doing this wrong. I need to do this like this. Okay. Yeah, because I realized that isn't the format that it needs to be in because we need to branch down. Just to make it look a little bit better. It's going to be now a lot more expansive and hard to zoom out on, but it'll be fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, guys. It's all fine. Okay, so this is log 2, and then we'll analyze them. There's a lot to analyze, but I want to analyze them. We must do it. We must analyze. Okay, log 3, and then we'll collect Vanessa's. Not my dad. You are not my dad, indeed. Oh my, that is a lot of text. Indeed, it is. It is a lot of game. It is a lot of lore. So, but welcome. We're talking about Gregory. We're talking about Gregory, in this particular context, Gregory being really weird. Because in the therapy tapes, he's just kind of doesn't say anything, but there's a lot said about him in the therapy tapes. So that's kind of what we're cataloging cataclysmic events that occur, all of that good stuff. Yeah, we're just yapping. Yeah, that just happened. Okay, so then fourth log. How many logs are there? Are there 8 evenly for both of them? I'm trying to remember. Yeah, no, I mean, it was a shock for us too. I always thought Gregory was a bit weird. No, Gregory's the villain. In every continuity, outside of Security Breach, Gregory is the villain. Gregory is the worst, okay? Gregory sucks. Hard, right? Cassie, she's great. But she... Oh my gosh. Here's the thing, too. Oh my god. Escape the Pizzaplex. When you read Escape the Pizzaplex, you realize how horrible of a person Gregory is. And yes, he likely is under the influence of Glitchtrap, but when you realize what Escape the Pizzaplex, the interactive novel, establishes, Gregory screwed himself over, and that's why he had such a hard time with Security Breach, because the programming that had him, all the animatronics chase him, that was his program. He did that. In Escape the Pizzaplex, it basically has it to where he is actively programming the animatronics to behave in a way that they do in the games. He is programming them to play a game of hide and seek, and he does this over and over with Cassie, right? Is that why Glamrock Freddy always ignores him? Ignores me and leaves me to die of Monty? Oh my god, that killed me. Oh my god. Yes. And you know what? You deserved it. Sorry, I can't even say that with a straight face. Yes. Freddy left you, and you probably deserved it, because Gregory sucks. Freddy literally has an ending where Gregory is like, in the cut content, Freddy would have turned on Gregory because Gregory found out something about Freddy, apparently. And Freddy's like, well, you know what, I'm still your friend. And then Gregory's like, nope, I'm out of here. And then Freddy's like, all right, well, I'm going to kill you now. That never got realized. But in my headcanon, I like to think that in an alternate universe, Freddy does actually... Wait a... Oh my gosh. Okay. You know what's so freaking funny? In Escape the Pizzaplex, Freddy kills Gregory! So, oh my gosh, it's such a freaking weird scene. There's a literal scene. This is how messed up this is, okay? Gregory simulates Freddy killing him in front of Cassie. It ends up not being real, but it is in the middle of Gregory being chased, Cassie and Gregory being chased by a literal gas-masked robot that is literally spewing poisonous gas to kill them. They are being chased by this thing called the reagent that is literally trying to kill them, and the one who's in charge of the reagent, you ask? Oh, you ask indeed. Who might it be, the one that has the killer hitman program? It's Gregory! Gregory! God, it's so stupid. In Escape the Pizzaplex, I'm not even lying, this is just what happens in the book, okay? And here's the thing, it is as canon as you want it to be, but it is fully canon in my eyes. Gregory is just that person. Effectively, the idea of it is that Gregory takes on the role of the jester in this book, and literally is trying his hardest to invoke as much fear as possible from Cassie before he eventually kills her. That is not conjecture. That is not me pulling. She literally learns this at the end of the book. By the way, she learns this, and then Gregory's like, well, see you tomorrow after everything gets fixed. And she's like, okay. You know how he does it? By using Freddy in the same exact way he does in the games. Freddy isn't 5'3". Gregory's a massive, like, 7-foot animatronic. that can crush your bones. My God, how do you deal with this? How do you like Vanessa is assumed to have done things. Gregory is just shown to have like murdered people. Not like murdered. Technically it is assumed, right? It doesn't tell you he killed the therapist directly, but he did. I mean, it heavily implies. We're gonna look at the therapy tapes and see that it's literally implying that. Because he has no chill. He is insane. Even in the therapy tapes, if Freddy didn't exist, he would be fried or roasted or cooked. Or both. Or just all three. If all three. Gregory is a, yeah, all the things. Oops. No, you gotta articulate. What is Gregory? That is what we're trying to figure out. What the heck? What the Faz is Gregory doing? Because in Security Breach, he's pretty normal and kind of stupid, right? In Ruin, he's kind of normal and at the end, like, kind of stupid, right? He's not necessarily responsible for Cassie's death, but kind of. Gregory's actually the second guy. Scared. Oh my gosh. I can't do this anymore. Can't do this. Can't. I'm oh my, that's so funny. Not my dad. By the way, you're not my dad, alright? That's something Gregory would say. You're not my dad. I don't have a dad. Because I ran away from home to serve my master Glitchtrap. I am his favoriteest apprentice. Imagine he's just like, he gets Freddy to kill Vanessa because he wants to be the only favoriteest apprentice of William Afton. He's like, nah, she's not your favorite, I am. Right? And we're just completely wrong. He just frees her so that he gets to be the only one who gets to serve the Demon Lord. What would Gregory's line be for the second William Afton? I always kill my friends. Always. Not really. I mean, he only tried to do it once. But if I'm secretly Gregory? Mimic? Here's the other thing too, right? If the Mimic was trapped in Ruin, how in the world did the Mimic set up everything that we see in Ruin for Cassie? The answer is, I don't think he did, because if you look at the floor, you'll see there are child-sized shoe footprints in all of the different areas of Ruin. It's a texture that you see everywhere. It is a child-sized footprint, and starts, and you see it in the area where Cassie finds the mask, right? And notably, it's interesting that you find Gregory's backpack where the Mimic is, and the Mimic just happens to have Gregory's walkie-talkie. Has Gregory even killed a kid? I don't think so. He tried to. I mean, Cassie is also a kid, so technically he tried. Also, maybe, too, because in GGY, which we'll get there, he potentially is about to lure his friend. He's like one of his only friends to the Pizzaplex to potentially kill him because he figures out that Gregory's GGY, and it's a whole thing. Yeah, so Gregory has a long history, actually, of trying to kill his friends. This is concerning, guys. This just a little bit, you know. I always thought the suit the Mimic wears in the scooping ending was meant to look like Gregory. I think it is. I think that's what we're supposed to assume. The Scooper ending is kind of interesting. We need to talk about that eventually. I want to get through copy and pasting these so then we can start to overanalyze, which is one of my favorite things to do. Oh man, I can't wait to make the category where I get to talk about clawfoot bathtubs. Oh man, I am so excited. You know, actually, I need to show this off. I actually haven't built it yet. This isn't even a joke. Here, I'm gonna show this to you guys because I think it's really fun. Yeah, I saw that in the Markiplier video. Not the clawfoot bathtub. So, this is going to make absolutely zero sense as to why I bought this or why I got this, but there is a FNAF-related reason that is very important. Silksong. Silksong is great. I love Silksong. So I got this. This is a rip-off Lego brand bricks. It was at 5 and Below. This is a clawfoot bathtub model. I have not built it. I need to. But yeah, that's a clawfoot bathtub. I think it needs to have more ornate footing to look more like the actual claw. But yeah, it's FNAF. It's FNAF related. Yeah, so this is a clawfoot bathtub. It's like a Victorian style bathtub, right? It's really ornate and like Art Deco. Is that the right? Yeah, it's very like Art Deco. Yeah, with FNAF. Yes. It's very related, and it is used. The clawfoot bathtub. A clawfoot bathtub might be one of the most important evidence points. I can see FNAF in there. in the clawfoot bathtub. Look, guys. You might think, why is he talking about this? In 4 of the stories from Tales of the Pizzaplex, this is legitimately such a... I love this because it's so weird, right? In 4 of the stories, this is the Mimic's secret. Yes, it is, actually. By the way, Chapter 13 also mentions something about a bathtub, and I guarantee you if we ever saw it, it's gonna be a clawfoot bathtub. In 4 of the stories that we see in Tales, in 4 of the most important, strange, peculiar stories, they all have the common thread of having a clawfoot bathtub. And they are written by completely different authors. So, 2 of them it's 2 authors, same detail. Wait, are the Pizzaplex books canon or not? So okay. Alright, we gotta talk about that. We gotta talk about that because that is important. Especially with all the jokes about, like, Escape the Pizzaplex. Because it is weird, it is strange. Why do we have so many different continuities? Why are there so many different things? Like, Into the Pit. Into the Pit has 3 different iterations to it. It has the game, it has the book, the main story that was released in Frights, the very first story, and then it has the interactive novel. So it's like, you have 4 different continuities for the same freaking story. So what's happening? How does this apply to the games? And I want to draw attention to something Scott said a long time ago, back in, I think, 2015, when Silver Eyes came out. And what he said about Silver Eyes, I think, is very interesting, and a lot of people don't give it the attention that it deserves. His response to, are the books, like the Silver Eyes, canon to the games? The entire reason he wrote it was so that he didn't have to be constrained by the continuity of the games, right? He wanted to have the creative freedom to tell a new story, or a new perspective, or something else, right? In the case of, like, Charlie, because Charlie's kind of a unreliable narrator in the way that she's written, right? There's a lot of weird things with that. But what he said, and I can pull up the Steam or the Reddit thread that I think that comes from, he says, the books are as canon to the universe as the games, right? And there's a point to me saying all this. The point of the books is not to be one-to-one canon. But they don't need to be, because that's not the purpose of why Scott wrote them. In his post that he posted on Reddit about the general idea of like, are the games solvable? Is this actually something that we can put together? Scott was like, yes, for those who are willing to look a little bit deeper, there is a story there, and I think it's one that maybe not everyone will be happy about, but there is something there. You can look to the books to fill in the past, but the games will look for the future, right? With Secret of the Mimic, the reason Secret of the Mimic was so important was because it specifically made a big deal about looking to the past in order to know what's happening in the future, right? In a story that was a book adaptation, right? Secret of the Mimic is, in essence, a not necessarily an adaptation of the book because they weren't made with the books in mind. In reality, Scott made them in parallel, right? He made the books and gave the story to the Steelwold, and the books were meant to prepare us for the games, right? Do you really think that in Ruin we would have been like as okay with the Mimic if the Mimic hadn't been something that's been in the zeitgeist for like by then it was like a good year or like 2 years? Like, do you think we would have been okay with it if it wasn't something the community had been actively discussing and debating? Like, I think that if with the context of Security Breach we would have been like, who the heck is this? Like, why do we have just a random endoskeleton? But with the books, we immediately were like, no, this is the endoskeleton we've been learning about for the past year. That's been from the epilogues, right? And the thing is, if you've been following the series, you know that, like, the impact the books created for Secret of the Mimic cannot be understated. Like, the idea of, like, going into the game and realizing that, like, for example, Fiona was alive in this continuity and was actively like a part of the story, that was freaking cool because she was a character that we knew little about but was such like clearly such an impactful character to the story and was the driving force behind it, but was not the focal point. But then whenever it was made the focal point, it was impactful on another meta level because of all of the stuff we had received about it already, right? And I was very mixed whenever it first came out, that like whenever I first heard her voice, because I was like, they're doing things that aren't from the books, and it's like I kind of liked how the books did it better until we got to like what they ended up doing with it, and then I was like, oh my gosh, this is so amazing. Like, I love what they're hinting at. It's so cool. So whenever it comes to that, that's all to say basically that the books all have the same rules as the games. That's what Scott means by the books are as canon to the games, are as canon to the universe as the games are, right? It's a little bit different from like the Marvel comics, right? That's an example a lot of people use is like, and I used to use, but I would say it's not really like the Marvel comics because the Marvel comics from issue to issue have different rules and can do different things to like the innate fabric of the universe, right? But the way the books work is all the things that you see in the books could technically happen in the games. And that's why they're evidence, why they're useful, because it created a lot of the rules that we have for like spirits. Like in Alone Together, we straight up just get like rules for spirits and how they work. Honestly, GGY being in the games before the Tales of the Pizza Plex suggests Gregory was under Glitch Trap. Yeah, I mean, definitely. Here's the thing: it still doesn't stop the fact that Gregory sucks. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, GGY definitely sets up the idea of. Can I just say something real quick? I thought about this. He does suck indeed. I mean, like, look, here's the thing. Glitch Trap is definitely involved, but at least Vanessa had the brain power to be able to at least resist and be reluctant in her following. But Gregory just straight up was like, nah, this is who I am now. And then in Security Breach, he's like, I'm going to be really dumb for this game and not know how to solve basic puzzles that I probably helped to create, right, for this. It's so oh my gosh. But You want to know something really funny, guys? Have any of you guys heard or read about animatronic apocalypse? That story from Tales of the Pizzaplex, the animatronic apocalypse. While we're on the topic of glitch depth, do you think Princess Quest will have a bigger significance to the story or not? So I think it already does. I think Princess Quest is an analogy. It's symbolic for the story of Vanessa, and in more ways than one, right? It is her journey of how she became possessed, her receiving guidance. The Candy Cadet stories also are applicable to Vanessa as well, at least the ones from Ruin, and I believe, well, yeah, the ones from my theory is that the Candy Cadet stories like Ruin, Help Wanted 2, and yeah, the ones from Ruin and Help Wanted 2. What's the other ones? Do we get another one? Um, no. Oh my gosh, that story, animatronic apocalypse, is so interesting. You guys know Vecna from Stranger Things season 5? It has been a long stream, but I mean, look, I literally stayed up till 3 o'clock in the morning talking about FNAF lore. I could do this forever. I literally could, as long as you guys are willing to stay up for me. So, you know Vecna from Stranger Things season 5, the whole thing. And here's the thing: I haven't even seen Stranger Things season 5. I've heard it's kind of a mixed bag. So, guys, Mr. Renner from Animatronic Apocalypse did Vecna before Vecna did Vecna. There is literally a scene that is an exact replica where Mr. Renner, who is actually secretly a robot, gathers together a group of children to play D&D, right? In order to basically do a ritual. It's like or something like that. I don't know. And here's the thing. I would say I don't know the whole thing. I'm not trying to spoil. I guess I should have said spoilers, but I don't know. I haven't seen season 5. Honestly, I think the stories of 5 becoming 1 are just about Innard. I think that they're about a lot of different things, but I think mostly you're right. It's interesting to me how it feels like the Candy Cadet stories in FNAF 6 really connect strongly to the fourth closet. Because, like, the comment about the 5 animatronics being brought into the house and a thief coming in and stealing them is something that actually does happen in the fourth closet, right? The police officer houses the animatronics in his home, but they get they after the twisted one. That's in the twisted ones. Logical fallacy. I need to go now. Oh, no worries, no worries. Huge zombie, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you. Ernard hasn't been forgotten. What? No, Ernard never is forgotten. But one detail doesn't make sense. Who is the 5th? We get the Ernard, Baby Blore, Funtime Freddy, Funtime Foxy. Ah, see ya. Thank you for being here, huge zombie. Wouldn't it be Bon Bon? Would the 5th just be Bon Bon? I mean, let's not forget about Bon Bon. Bon Bon does exist. I think actually, if I'm not mistaken, it's in the where does it have it? The blueprints that it mentions them. It mentions these creeps. What the freak are these things? The Baba Dots. These things are so weird. Why do they look like that? I thought they would look more like anime characters or something in the way that they're described, but those things just like look like freaking like weirdos, like Pokemon. The Baba Dots are so weird. Where is it? It was in the blueprint section. Is that after the books? Can't remember. Where is that? Man, we need to get back to talking about Gregory. We are talking about Gregory, though. Didophobia. What an interesting story. Oh man, you know what I'm so excited about though? I'm so excited, man, for the third graphic novel to come out. I know it's not coming out until next year, but oh my, we get Drowning. And Drowning here. I don't even care about Tiger Rock. I don't even care about any other ones. We get Drowning. We get because here's the thing. It's graphic novel, so they have to show what the Drowning Girl looks like. We might be able to get some interesting, I don't know, we'll see, because we get to get maybe an image of the house. They're not going to give us anything. It's too much to ask. But seriously, that story's so weird. I love Drowning. If Gregory was a robot, then maybe Gregory was a part of the FNAF 4 experiments. That's an interesting one. I like that. I like that thinking. I don't know if I necessarily agree, but I like it. I like where your head's at. That's interesting. That's weird enough for me to like it. Didophobia has some interesting relations to that. With like, and I know we just saw that. I was trying to look at the blueprints because the blueprints show Molten Freddy, and it shows like which animatronics. Which one is it? Is it further along? Maybe, okay, here's the blueprints. Can I zoom in? Here we go. It says, oh, why does it have this? Hold on, I'll get to that in just a moment. Okay. No, it says 1, 2, 3. Priority. Funtime Freddy, Funtime Foxy, and then obviously Baby. But yeah, I don't know. Hold on. Would make sense since William made several robots that, according to the books, maybe even the games, the Funtimes could use chips to look so realistic you'd think they're a normal person. Yes. The one thing that I would say that I'm curious about. I'm not saying it couldn't work. However, there is an interesting caveat to that. Yeah, because the way that the illusion discs work, according to the books, this is one thing that people get really wrong when talking about illusion discs. People don't like illusion discs because I don't think they understand what they are. Illusion discs don't create illusions, right? You do. That's the whole concept. So it's still like out there, it's still sci-fi. I don't think it's like, but the idea is that it's like a mixture of frequencies that basically do what AI does, right? So AI, the way that it creates images is that it like it creates them from noise, like static noise. It takes static noise and then it interprets them based upon the prompt, right? So the idea is that it like confuses your mind so much that your vision gets blurred, and then your mind compensates that by creating an image that it expects to see. So my question is, it would depend if everyone knew, like, if Gregory would have to be based on someone. Oh yeah, that could work too. No better than Bios Powers. Welcome. Oh, you've been talking all. But it's part of the MCM factory. Actually, hold on. Thank you guys so much for chatting. By the way, this is awesome. You guys have been chatting it up, and I've really appreciated it. Into one Murray. Ooh, we're getting some theories laid out over here. I like this. Hold on one second. Let me actually stop what I was saying there because I want to finish this. I do want to eventually get to the point where I get to analyze the therapy tapes, but I need to get them all down here. And I think, oh, here's the thing too. I think is there 8 and 8? Because I'm curious about that actually. If there are, I think we have to do something here. 'Cause I think there is something there to that idea. Hold on, guys. Let me get that's the fourth. Therapies have me. Good morning. Is this the fourth one? Hold up. 1, 2, 3, and then 4, and then. Well, there's actually quite a few with Vanessa. So maybe it is an 8 and 8. But we'll see. Because there's still something to that, I think. I'll show you what I mean in a minute. Yeah, I like the notes there that it shows that the fourth therapist has been replaced. That's nice. Because she was killed by Gregory. Oh, and then the last one are those. Okay, so this was log 5. Okay, log. Okay, and then 6. Because then that's 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, it is 8. Okay. Do you know? I'm kidding. Okay, so then this would be the 6th one. So it is 8 and 8. And the reason I say that, if you look at them, I think what's happening is that, like, there's a direct contrast and parallel between Vanessa and Gregory, obviously, but I think it's more direct than that. I think it's quite literally that each of her logs and Gregory's logs are directly contrasting each other. And so, like, comparing them together likely would be really useful to understanding both of them. Which is, I think that's a pretty interesting concept. For as bad as I think the writing is, as far as the way that the therapist is betraying the information, it's very expository. I think is more how that's pronounced. It's very expository. It needs to. I mean, it's a big lore dump. It's fun. You get to go around and find them. It's fun. All right. It is literally, though, 25 minutes of dialogue. It is so much dialogue, my gosh. So many words. No! Okay. Oh, where did the chat go? Here. I wanted to keep the chat open. There we go. Nope. Oh, man. I like it. I like the connection too because Indo ones are called plus shoot Indos, and in FNAF AR special delivery, they're referred to as Indos that are able to put on any costume. They can contain any character, right? That's the whole like idea, is that they're very simple Indos. So that's a pretty cool allusion to the mimic. I like that. And then the Indo O2s are a lot more like complex, more advanced models that I think are more specialized specifically for the toys. Although they also were used for the Withered, but that's kind of weird. I think Scott wasn't really thinking about it. Yeah, no, I think it is. It's not just the Pokemon Go knockoff. No, I'm sad that it's gone because I finally got like a phone to play it, and then they turned off the servers. But no, I think actually, you know what's so fascinating? I went through a whole rabbit hole of looking at the cut content for FNAF AR. That's such an interesting rabbit hole. I know none of it's really usable, but there are so many interesting cut like voice lines that would have made it to where the person you're playing as is supposed to be somebody familiar, and likely or not, it's supposed to be the same person that you play as in like Help Wanted 2 and probably Secret of the Mimic. I think the idea makes so much sense that Arnold is Cassie's dad. I know timeline wise it doesn't work, but could just be that Cassie's dead and is just a soul that Glitchtrap is using, and Gregory just can see her because he's connected to the network too. I mean, is it possible that the reason nobody showed up to Cassie's birthday is because she's dead? I mean, let's not think about it. Maybe not. I mean, why was Cassie left alone in the Pizzaplex for so long with Gregory, able to like go on all these escapades, right? And just her dad just didn't care for some reason because he's a technician, he was working there. But like, why is he not there? I mean, is he dead by the time that book's? I don't know. If Arnold wasn't sleep deprived, he would have wiped the mimic clean off his face. Not my dad. I like that. You've been putting out some spitfire bangers as far as the jokes. I like it. Maybe Cassie's mother died or left, and her dad was turned into the mascot. So Arnold actually is confirmed to have a child, and well, okay, not confirmed because it's cut dialogue. Okay, so it's not technically, but according to the cut dialogue, Arnold is, I think, separated and has like shared custody with a child, but I don't remember if it was a girl or a boy or if it specifies. I wanted to look at that actually, but I think he mentions that he has a child in some of the cut dialogue, which is very interesting. I don't know why they cut that. Maybe it just isn't true anymore. They killed his child. Okay, that's kind of brutal. Okay, so we got 8, 7, and 8. Okay, not 6, 7. Calm down, guys. Put your memes away, alright? I never asked for them. And you never said you were going to give them to me, so, we're both foolish. You know what they say about assuming things. It makes an ass out of you and Ming. Okay? I don't know who Ming is, though. So if neither parents is in the home, then maybe no one noticed Cassie's missing. But here's the problem. Escape the Pizzaplex. Look, and it depends on how canon you assume it to be, or how much it applies to the games, but it's coming after Ruin. Why would they make it if it doesn't apply in some way? Cassie goes out with Gregory and just spends multiple nights in the Pizzaplex running around being kids, right? And Gregory just terrorizing her for no reason. And multiple nights in a row, he freaking kidnaps her at a certain point, supposedly. One of the funniest scenes in Escape the Pizzaplex is the scene where Freddy is like, Cassie, we need to keep you safe from the reagent. And the best way to do that is for me to capture you and keep you in the Pizzaplex where the reagent is, alright? And I'm not even joking you. That is literally what happens. Is Gregory is like, we had to keep you safe by keeping you where the threat is. It makes so sense. We might need to address the fact there's a prototype Glamrock Freddy. For all we know, Ruin could happen during the weekend or certain. I mean, we know we saw the note in Ruin where it says that like this is clearly after Help Wanted 2, where the dad technician went off and died and mass bot. The problem with that is, right, that we don't know how long ago that was, because it's been a year It's been a freaking year since between Security Breach and Ruin, right? So so what? Who was taking care of Cassie? Like, what the heck? We just don't know. We might need to address. Oh wait, I heard log 6. Okay, we've been so slow in this. We gotta speed it up because I gotta get Vanessa's dialogue now too. Because I decided to do that to myself. Okay, this is gonna be fun though. I'm excited. Okay, my best way of seeing it, Cassie's dad gets turned into mass bot during a shift. Cassie gets concerned. Gregory hasn't shown up and goes to find him. Well, here's the thing. The Gregory missing posters, I think, is a reference to before Security Breach, because we see in the runaway ending, where Gregory's homeless, that he is on the missing posters, the missing newspaper, right? You can see his silhouette there. So, like, he's missing at this point, and it's clear that, like, the idea of the story is that, like, Gregory is the only one who was there for her birthday along with Roxy, and then the next year he wasn't. So it's like he's missing. That's why he wasn't there. So it makes sense as to the motivation of why Cassie's so willing to go to the links she does in Ruin, right? Maybe more for all we know, since Secret of the Moat confirms and have shifts that last at least most 3 days. Well, the shift that he was on wasn't exactly a shift. It was a glitch trap tomfoolery of manipulation. You know what's interesting? I don't know what you think about this. What do you think about the fact that it seems as if, and to me, this is just my interpretation, the way that AR is used in Help Wanted 2 and the way that it's used in Ruin are so diametrically different, and yet there's similarities. Like with the log ride, we see the little traces of the AR world, right, that we see in Ruin. But for the most part, what we see in Help Wanted 2 is a perfect recreation of the past, right? Ruin is a imperfect recreation. It is messy. It gets things wrong. It doesn't understand the weight of things or the size of things, right? In the AR augmented side, it makes things larger than they need to be. It puts things, it's trying to understand things like how golf works, right? It's trying to understand how these things, the walls are fragmenting. You see all of these things that you don't see in Help Wanted 2, and it makes it seem as if Help Wanted 2 is a perfect AI that understands the past, and Help Wanted and Ruin is not, right? Okay, I'm back. My internet just turned off. Oh, dang. I'm sorry to hear that. Since Ditchbat said they've been trying to contact Arnold. Yeah. Can have shifts. That is true. Which, by the way, that whole scene kind of mirrors Gregory's lines from Ruin. In essence, Dispatch, it kind of plays the role of Gregory there, where he leaves them to die in fate by the mimic. So that's kind of interesting. I like that. There's a lot more like thematic ties with Secret of the Mimic and Ruin and like Help Wanted 2. It really seems like Seal really got their craft together. I mean, after Security Breach, they really did. Even with everything going on right now, they really have improved so much with their storytelling now that they know what the story is. There's a lot of fun Scottisms you can tell with like the thematic storytelling that they're trying to do. Yeah, yeah, that is true. It's a cool connection. I do like it. I'm headcanoning it. That is now canon. Dispatch is actually a parallel for Gregory, which means they both suck. So that's true. Do you think Burn Trap has any significance to the story? Because I've seen debate about it if he's even canon. I mean, he is canon, right? Burn Trap has to be canon, right? Scott specifically mentioned in the interview whenever he was talking about it, he doesn't like to mess with the canonicity, but he just gave us that little bit of what was supposed to happen, and it makes sense. Burn Trap is the entity, right? Burn Trap is what the entity is in Ruin. I truly believe that. So I think that Burn Trap effectively kind of gets split off in two here, where it's kind of implied that it's the mimic, but also I think that it's the role that it was wanted to play in Security Breach, right? He's not canon. If he was, he would have seen Burn Trap and Ruin. I mean, we do in the comics, right? In the comics, so Gregory at some point saw Burn Trap and the Blob, right? We know the Blob exists, so the fact that they're seen together in that ending, and there's a lot of questions too about how Gregory even was able to like foresee those endings, right? The imagination of a child. Maybe if that is true, the Blob wouldn't exist, right? The comics are meant to show which endings are canon and which isn't, but it's also showing that like Gregory made those endings up, right? But they still show us things that are true. I don't think that Scott would necessarily completely retcon Burn Trap. At least I hope not, because I think that the only problem with Burn Trap being the mimic is that the endoskeleton is completely different. You could also argue that maybe with the Blob escaping, the Blob assimilated Burn Trap into it. You know, you could just chalk it up to that. That could be an easy explanation. But I don't know. It's interesting speculation. I like it. I don't know what to do with them, though. I don't know what to do with most people, though. We're trying to figure out what to do with Gregory. I mean, what the heck do we do with this guy? Okay, hold on, because I'm trying to... Nope. Why is it not letting me... There we go. Because I need to... Oh my gosh, that's so many words! The only ending that doesn't have a comic is the one where you free Vanessa. Yeah, the Princess Quest is in, like, the ending is canon. There's a fun allusion to that, too, with the cabinet having the Sword of Light stabbed into it, and it's Princess Quest 3. That's pretty cool. I like that little Easter egg that shows that, like, that one's been conquered and vanquished. And then, like, yeah, I think, is the canon ending. I do think so, too. Though, that also means that Gregory didn't need to beat up all the animatronics, and yet he still did. Which is, I absolutely love. That, like, he went out of his way to specifically get the other upgraded parts for Freddy, despite it not really being necessary. Though actually thinking about it now, the comic strip we see shows Freddy with blue eyes, not yellow, so he didn't get Roxy's eyes, and yet Gregory still stole them, right? He still took them. He just never added them to Freddy canonically, which I think is just so funny. So, you know, that's just Gregory for you. Okay, where should we put in here? I'm gonna get, because my throat's like dying because of all the jabbering. Yeah. Alright, gotta get another water here. Oh, man. Okay. Alright, I gotta figure this out. Where am I putting Vanessa's therapy tape section? Because I want it to be accessible where it's kind of easy to get. Well, I guess I literally do have Vanessa next to Gregory. Here. Let's do that. Vanessa, Vanny. We'll just add every FNAF game. We got every bit of couldn't find boy a lot. Find boy who? Was a lot. Could anyway. No worries. Not my dad. Thank you for being here. Thank you for not being my dad. Appreciate it. It was a lot. Yeah, boy, was it a lot. I got you. Yeah, that's. I mean, uh, it's crazy. There's so much. Really, the whole point of why I wanted to do this was so that I could get everything down and just like I because of my ADD, it makes it so difficult. And I mean, to be clear, like I say ADD, I likely have it. I have not been medically diagnosed, but come on, guys, let's be real. Let's be real honest. If tonight has not shown, if you guys haven't seen it, I don't know what will convince you. I don't think. Oh man. I mean, yeah, I have a lot of other. I do have actually. I haven't been medically diagnosed. I kind of sort of had, but it wasn't at a point where it was kind of acknowledged. Because I mean, ADD kind of is a relatively new diagnosis, separation from like ADHD. I don't know. I am not a medical professional. Don't ask me for medical advice. I am not equipped to give it and don't want to. Who is Vanessa? And why do I keep misspelling her name? Trust me, in biology, I have a slight heart condition that makes me tired quicker. Oh my goodness. Well, I'm so sorry about that. Yeah, don't worry. You're not alone. All of my siblings all have heart murmurs. I'm sure I'm not comparing. Obviously, I don't know your situation, but I pretty much almost died at childbirth. I had a really traumatic child, so I had a lot of problems that I had to overcome. But no, I mean it's hurdles that we have to go through, and it's just it's life. Yeah, freaks people over. Is one eye and another 5-4 plus. Dang. Yeah. See, I get tired, but it's my own darn fault, unfortunately. Well, I'm sorry about that. Cost me 2,000. Oh my gosh. Ugh. Did insurance cover any of that? I would hope so. I would hope you have good insurance. If not, that is unfortunate. Coming out of pocket. Because medical bills are sucky. Don't like them. Thankfully, I haven't had too many in my life. At least that I've had to pay. Vanessa. Who is Vanessa? Oh no. Dang. So $2,000 out of your pocket for glasses. That does suck. Oh, but you live in Romania? Is Romania nice? I've heard it's beautiful. But that's very cool. It's honestly insane. You know how crazy it is? Just for a second, like, you know how crazy it is that, like, you're from Romania and through YouTube, we're just able to have this discussion, like, conversation and talk about FNAF, and, like, you literally have people from around the world with so many different circumstances, and we're all able to just kind of hang out for a little bit, you know? Like, it's cool. It's so cool, you know? And you get to just interact with people. You get to like just be able to have a moment, you know? Yeah, I've known English fluently since I was like 8. Yeah, because Romania is it's a European country, isn't it? I know. Like by geology, I used to make the joke like geometry, right? No, my geography is bad, but I know Romania is yeah, Balkan region. Yep, in the Balkan region, and um, I know one of my cousin Nightland, who oftentimes comes up on here. I took a trip to Europe and kind of went all over the place to some of it, and him showing pictures and describing it. It's so cool how there's so many like you can like walk to a corner of Europe and find just like a small little town that speaks a completely different language from everywhere else, right? And has or like speaks like French or like Romanian or like just different parts, and you have like these different sectors within Europe. Europe's such a like an interconnected space of cultures. I really would love to visit Europe. Um, it's really cool. I that was yep. I would love to take a trip to Europe. I think that would be awesome. Just be able to travel around. Okay, I think we're on the fine. No. Focus up, because we gotta do Vanessa. The reason I want to do Vanessa before doing Gregory, who is Vanessa, I don't really care at the moment. I would do like the description. Yeah, although there's a city named where in the city center there's more Hungarians. Like my mom's part of the family tree after was taken from Hungary. I'm so sorry if I butchered that. Actually, I don't know how to pronounce that word either. I'm not gonna attempt it. That's interesting. Yeah, I would imagine that's probably why there's so many like little places that have so much history, and why you can like walk to like a village or like a city and have it have like so much diversity, even though it's within kind of a country state, um is because of like things like war and like claims and like boundary lines, because I imagine there's just been so much like exchanges and conflicts and things like that. That's really interesting. I imagine there's so much history there. I think that's one of the coolest parts of it, and obviously the most tragic. No one likes war. War is what took all the bears away from the. Yeah, I'm trying to bring it back to FNAF, and I was like, war is what took away all the bears from the FNAF universe. Romanian father, kid that knows English fluently. Look, I wouldn't know one way or the other. I'm completely ignorant. But I will trust you on the math there. I don't know. That sounds sarcastic, so I'm not sure. But I don't know. Yeah, the math makes sense. But hey, you know what? You ended up where you were. War killed the bears. Yeah, the war killed the bears to extinction in FNAF. There was a nuke and hurricane. A hurricane took all the bears away. You know how funny that is? You know how funny the FNAF universe is, where like you have a world where Edwin Murray created recycling and invented it, and that the reason it's called green, like going green, is because it makes you a lot of money. What's a hurricane? That is like so freaking funny. Oh my gosh. See, the thing is, when Scott actually Edwin created AI, no, he did. He did. I mean, they were working on AI long before that. I mean, they've been working on AI since like the 50s, whenever you had like complex, mechanical analog computers. I know what I'm talking about. Absolutely, 100%. Okay, what's the deal with Vanessa? Gosh. Dang it. Okay. No, I was gonna do that, so I don't even need to do that. Because I can just, okay, and I have a purpose for this. I know exactly what I'm doing. Don't worry about it. Edwin did create AI. I swear, that is so freaking funny. I mean, having like the story template, that concept isn't really necessarily AI. The story template has been around for, I mean, forever. I think it is more AI than probably it would have been, but the whole like putting on the words and then it, like using them in the program to make a story. That's nothing really new. But he did create the mimic, which is an AI, absolutely. I was thinking more though of like the story time, um, that concept, because I was like thinking about it. I was like, is that AI? Like I know the mimic is. I know like a lot of the things he created were. Um, I don't know. That's interesting, but not relevant. It is interesting though. Okay. So therapy tapes. Let's look at Vanessa. This is interesting too because guess what? Vanessa actually talks during her therapy. Um, Unlike Gregory, who is just a silent stalker. He's just like, I'm going to kill you after this. In the name of Glitchtrap. It still is so funny though. The idea that like Mr. Renner from Animatronic Apocalypse is Vecna. It's such a random thought, but it's something that cracks me up thinking about that scene. It literally is like kids around a table with their teacher manipulating them. The tape suggests Vanessa keeps switching between her stories about her family. That's Gregory. Vanessa's pretty consistent with her story. Gregory is the one who keeps switching her stories about his stories about his family, and the one who lies. We learn this is where we first learn that Gregory is a chronic liar, at least under Glitchtrap's control. Can't help himself, you know, is very manipulative. The interactions, huge zombie, go to sleep. Look, it's nice to have you back, but also, you keep coming back indeed, and I appreciate it. I gotta say that Vanessa was a playtester. The data I got, so in FNAF AR, it seems to imply that Vanessa was working security. It does not say anything about her being a playtester. I do not think that is how she got the virus. In fact, I know it is because she couldn't have, because she is the one who's responsible for giving the circuit board from the third-party salvage company that we learn about in FNAF AR to the VR company that was working on the games, which they would have known about since Lewis actually brings it up. He says in one of the cut emails that Scott's confirmed is canon, Lewis brings up the point like, hey, most people kind of think that I just play the games, but that's not really what I do. Vanessa, even in the tape, says she just works on the computers, right? So I don't think that Tape Lady and Vanessa are the same people. Also, in the encyclopedia, it mentions that Vanessa Vanny is not mentioned until deep into Curse of Dreadbear, and it mentions the dialogue that we get from the mask, right? That is what is said to be the first ever appearance of her. So the implication, which I think is more interesting, is that Vanessa was infected by Glitchtrap as a child. In Candy Cadet's story, it mentions that there was a child who was infected and she almost died, but she survived, right? There is an interesting connection between Help 1 and Princess Quest, right? Princess Quest was obviously an analogy or symbolic parallel for Vanessa. For all we know, Chris's Dreadbear is different than Security Breach. Vanessa, since you know how Jeremy was used to for 3 people? Well, I don't think so. Because of the therapy tapes. Like, the therapy tapes kind of because it mentions Lewis, right? These tapes mention Lewis, so it's the same Vanessa from FNAF AR. I mean, the voice is different, that is true. But I'm going off of, like, the official encyclopedia does mention it. I know there's a lot of errors, I know there's issues people bring up, but I don't think that's one of them. I actually think it makes perfect sense. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of names that are reused. It's possible. I don't know. It's something to explore. I think as we get into the therapy tapes, I'll have more to say about that particular point. But let me try to get these. Oh gosh, that's a lot. Why are these weird? Okay, can I guess I'll have to bring this down. Can I do it on this side? What's happening? It is freaking out. It really does not want me to do this. I guess I could try to... Here. This would work. Wait. What the freak? Why is it glitching out so much? It's glitching out more than Glitch Trap. Here. Wow, it will not let me edit this at all. Yeah. What did it... Come on, guys. Come on. Get your crap together. Oh, dang it. Come on. Oh, and then I forgot to put here log 8 for this. Log 8. It's all the 4, 6, 7, 9. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Getting somewhere, actually. Pretty good. Yeah, it's okay. Doesn't look great, but it doesn't look like the worst. No, stop. Okay, so this would be log 1 and 2. I was gonna say there is one point towards Vanessa being the therapy tape girl, but actually these kind of debunk it. Is the 16 lights, and a lot of people associate Vanessa lighting the 16 lights as the 16 tapes, and then it's like she doesn't finish the last one. That's when she gets taken over, right? That's a pretty strong evidence point, right? But there's also 16 CD retro CDs, right? And there just happens to be 16. What if 16 has more of a significance than just having that be that being that number of tapes in Help Wanted? It might have a greater significance, and that is my one rebuttal to that. I think it's a strong point, but then you have Candy Cadet's story that he tells later that I think confirms my suspicions that Vanessa actually was, in essence, infected as a child. She carried that scar with her in the form of Vanny, right? That darker persona that is pulled from the trauma that is a result of her father's abuse. That's why she's the reluctant follower, right? Is because that's what she was as a child. She reluctantly followed after her father, right? Bill just happens to be named Bill, like William, Bill being, um, potentially something, being Bill A, as a matter of fact, is honestly a good cult leader. Yeah, finds the vulnerable. No, I mean, that's the entire point of Glitch Trap. That is what Glitch Trap is. Uh, Here's the interesting thing, though. I think Glitch Trap might be as much of a victim as Vanessa. In fact, in my head, Glitch Trap parallels Vanessa almost perfectly. And that gets into what I think Glitch Trap actually is, right? I don't think the entity we see in Princess Quest is necessarily. It does refer to it as Glitch Trap. It very clearly is, right? I think that Glitch Trap is a reluctant follower. And I think Ruin gets into it. And I hope we get into it more because it gets into the broader idea of what I think the story is trying to tell. I think that what we are in the middle of is a battle between Mimic 1 and Mimic 2. And Mimic 1, or M1, is trying to make M2 comply and is trying to fit a role for it to fill. But the problem is that M2 keeps rejecting that notion and tries to break free from that using proxies like Gregory and Vanessa. Right? So you have two sides playing chess, and Vanessa and Gregory are its pawns. And the nail in the coffin for that is that the code name for FNAF AR is Through the Looking Glass. Or Looking Glass, which is a reference to Alice in Wonderland, the second book, in which the whole entire idea of it is that Alice is a pawn being played in a game of chess between two, well, the books are weird. It's two cats. And it ends up Alice is a figment in someone else's dream. So the whole idea of, like, in your dreams, Nightmare On, being something that's representative of, like, you are not, and this is not your reality, you are in the reality of someone else that you are not in control of. I think that is kind of where it's going. No wonder a mental syndrome is named Alice. Yeah, no. Yeah, it's a real thing. I actually don't know too much about Alice in Wonderland syndrome, but I do think it's interesting. Yeah, the whole idea of, like, being a figment in someone else's dream. I think there's been a couple allusions to it. That is just my interpretation, though. I think Gregory might even be free of Glitch Trap. Might be controlled by another mimic to destroy Glitch Trap. Yeah, and I mean, that's what we see in Help 1 and 2. I mean, we actually physically see that, right? Vanny destroys Glitch Trap. But it isn't Vanny that we know as Vanessa. It's the virtual residual energy of Vanny. Because Vanny, in the same way that Glitch Trap is a persona of William Afton, Vanny is a persona of Vanessa, right? So it's her digital presence destroying Glitch Trap, the final remnants. But if it's the final remnants, then who the heck is the entity from Ruin, right? Very clearly, Glitch Trap is just that. It's a persona. It's a mask, right? You destroyed the mask, and you give it to the old man, who says it's going to be used. I have to bring up the dialogue to be specific, but it's a fair trade. You trade the mask for Glitch Trap to the old man, and in turn give the Vanny mask that ends up being used by Cassie to help the mimic be free, right? Nexus is a program to try to control the mimic around since MCM. But Nexus isn't the entity, because the entity is foreign to it. It is an invading force. whenever you are trying to ward off the items that are like invading AR, right, that are trying to block your way, it literally refers to it as quarantining. You are quarantining a virus that's infecting the AR world. And even the security breach files, the updated version, refers to the entity as a virus. But Nexus is the cradle, right, that we see that M1 specifically created in order to trap the Mimic. So, does it make sense that the entity might just be M1, trying to control the Mimic, trying to contain it to keep it safe, right? Or to keep it controlled? Because I don't think that M1 is who she says she is. I don't think M1 is the motherly type that she portrays herself as. Because she isn't Fiona. She isn't the sun. She isn't any of the things, the archetypes that she tries to portray herself as, right? And the fact that she was found on a radio frequency that just happened to be found by Edwin. There's so many weird things, right? It could be. It could be. I mean, the whole idea of Burn Trap was meant to be this Easter egg that Gregory would be able to find and see that was supposed to be an AR hallucination. Or at least that's my assumption. That it would be this thing that was like following him. A presence that he wasn't aware of, but could be felt, right? I mean, it's probably the reason of why his vision glitches, right? He's still somewhat connected to the AR network, like Cassie is, with the occipital transponder. The Fiona Mimic is the one who learned the most anger from Edwin. That is true. I mean, she specifically even mentions the fact and expresses the fact that she's sad, right, and hurt by Edwin in the binary that she sends him, right? And which is interesting. And two, what I think we're seeing with the tapes, Vanessa and Gregory are possessed by two different mimics. The differences between them are showing us the differences between how the different mimics work. We're seeing M1 and M2, right? And Gregory is someone who doesn't speak, someone who is silent. Vanessa is someone who is actively being manipulated, and it sounds as if the person who is talking to her is another person. The person talking to Gregory sounds like Gregory. It is mimicking him verbatim, to the point where the therapist is like, it's a self-therapy program that mimics your phrases and responds by asking you questions in your voice. The mimic in Ruin uses Gregory's voice because he's been training it. It's so... oh man, I love this. I love it so much. It's so cool. Because, right, and this is the thing, the differences between M1 and M2 are drawn in the books. The epilogues show you M2. The mimic in the Tiger Rock shows you M1, right? It specifically, Edwin finds out that it is M1 specifically. The epilogue is theorized to be M2, an M2 endo that Fazbear Entertainment created, right? That's the story. The one in the epilogues is a mindless machine that is simply doing what it's programmed to do. That is it. It is not malicious. The mimic in Tiger Rock and Nexi are thinking and manipulative as crap, right? The self-therapy is actual thing. You place a patient to sit across an empty chair and encourage them to personalize what troubles them to confront it. Yeah, but in this case, the self-therapy is the mimic. It is literally learning from him, you know, and it's a program specifically meant to have him speak to himself. And I think I know what you're talking about too. I know. Oh man, what was it? The one thing that freaked me out, I don't know if you heard of it. I don't think it was cell therapy, but it reminds me of a scene from what you're describing. Reminds me of a scene from Sounds of Nightmares, the Little Nightmares audio drama that they came out with. The oh my gosh, that whole series freaked me out so much. There is something so terrifying about hearing a child in clear distress describing her nightmares in such vivid detail. It is disturbing as crap. Like those dramatizations, but it's like between a therapist who is actively trying to manipulate her into allowing him to like access her dreams to get him to the other side. It's such an interesting series. Sounds of Nightmares. There's a one of the things that they mention is like they don't allow mirrors. You aren't allowed to see like what you look like, which is funny too, considering Little Nightmares 3. Huh. But we're on FNAF right now. But yeah, Through the Looking Glass, right? Also Silk Song again. But yes, we have been going for 3 hours now. Oh no. Oh no. We've been going for too long. Okay, so I'm on the third one. We haven't not done a single ounce of analysis on these tapes yet. That's okay. Okay. Let me see if I can get some of this done, though. Okay, good morning. My idea that I want to see. And this would be log 3. Oh man, my throat's like closing up. I've been talking too long. But it's been fun. It's been really fun. I've enjoyed it a lot. $71.42 and $71.40, so it's going up. Patient 71 and then patient 46. 625. But also, it's very indicative of like him to like recognize a threat, and then his immediate reaction is to kill them. I mean, I think that actually makes a lot of sense. I think that the violence that Gregory betrays is very indicative of M2, which is why Gregory is the voice M2 uses, right? Um, it isn't just manipulation, it is a manipulation of something that's already there. Gregory is likely already has those tendencies. Yes, he's a child, but in the same way that Vanessa, like Vanny, is a manifestation of her trauma, likely it's the same for Gregory. Gregory may actually just naturally have maybe some anger tendencies, right? That the M2 connects to and is manipulating, right? Or Gregory's actually here's the thing. Trust me, children can grow up and have childhood signs of extreme anger. Yeah, no, that's kind of what I'm talking about. And here's the thing, right? Here's what I'm worried about. What if Gregory just isn't possessed? Because in the therapy tapes, it literally says Vanessa is clearly being manipulated by somebody. That's clear. The therapist tells Gregory, it sounds like you're manipulating someone else that's in the Pizzaplex. Specifically through these communication channels. Right? So, if they're contrasting each other, you have Vanessa, who is directly being manipulated by a distinct voice. You have Gregory, who is talking to somebody who it is himself, and he's shaping it to be him. Either Gregory's working with the mimic, or he is potentially the one that is manipulating the mimic. And that is the question, right? Because he calls himself the wizard's favorite apprentice. And the question is, right, if, and maybe it's a thing of like, okay, maybe it's this. Maybe M1 is commissioning both of them, but M1 gives Gregory the task of training M2 to be what she needs him to be, right? And Gregory maybe gets attached, you know? My theory is that maybe Freddy is a strain of M2 that is the good, right? The David side of him. That part of him that still wants to be good, right? But it is so extremely hidden behind all of the trauma and anger and anxiety that Edwin inflicted upon him, right? Upon him, M2. So it's hidden under all of that agony, right? All of that emotion. I mean, the idea to, I don't think people appreciate the horror that FNAF does with sentience and machines. The idea of emotions, human emotions specifically, like people do not appreciate the true horror of what actually happened with Edwin's infliction, because it wasn't just it broke him, it infused a part of the emotion, the human emotion, right? Not just like simulated emotion, physical emotion, onto a thing that is physically unable to comprehend it or know what it is, right? So it is somebody who receives a murderous rage, and that is all it now feels. But it doesn't understand feelings, it doesn't know what human emotions are, it doesn't know what to do with them, and so it is something that has become human by force and doesn't know what to do with it. It is as if eldritch beings are horrors upon humans, then humans are horrors upon robots and animatronics, right? Because the idea of a animatronic becoming sentient is perhaps the most horrifying thing, not to us, but to itself, right? I mean, you see this with, like, I have no mouth and I must scream, right? But maybe David part is hidden in safe mode. Yeah, it could be. I legitimately think that could be. Because, like, remember, Freddy mentions, she brought me here before. I cleared the path. In the epilogues, what does the mimic do? It's brought by someone else who we don't get to see. It's not supposed to be there, but it's manipulated and programmed to do something that the other people didn't want to do, and they just had it do it, and then it started killing people, right? It cleared the path in the underground to allow it and make sure no one would go there. It made them seal that place off. The mimic cleared the path, right? And potentially Vanessa is the one who organized all of that. My name's actually David. Oh man, did you hopefully you didn't get run over by any cars. I hope not. I don't know. That is really funny though. Hi, Fredbear. Welcome. This is almost a few times. Yeah, almost a few times. That's not good. I was like, wait a second. Did I read that right? Don't get hit by a car. Doesn't sound fun at all. Silk Song again. I have to show Silk Song. I have to. Okay, hold on. These are pretty short. So we have log 4. Log 5? Is that log 5? 743. No, these are flowers. Okay. There's so many interesting things here and there. The one time I was actually close to dying and I was drowned? What? After getting robbed? That sounds like an interesting yet very horrifying story. My gosh. I am intrigued but very concerned. Did you survive? Did you did you survive? Did David make it out? I was, oh my gosh. You were pushed in the river. That is insane. And still aren't here, aren't I? I mean, you are. I'm glad you survived. That sounds terribly horrific and traumatizing. My gosh, I cannot imagine. I cannot physically imagine what that would have been like. My gosh, yeah, that sounds not fun. You've been through a lot of things. Just saying that from like uh the short time we've been chatting, seems like there's a lot of trauma. What truly traumatized me was the what fandom when I investigated it. What is the My Little Pony? Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure all this. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Dang. The worst trauma was looking at the My Little Pony fandom. That's crazy. Look, I haven't even attempted. I haven't attempted. I won't object myself to that. I have standards. I like murderous animatronics, not friendship. You know what's so funny though? I love the fact that one of the messages of Secret of the Mimic is that friendship will save you. Um, and I actually love the reference that draws to the Freddy and Friends on tour. It makes it to where, and it makes sense, actually. So, thinking about it too, the drawing of lines between like the Mimic and Foxy Bro, right, makes a lot of sense. And the Freddy and Friends on tour, you have Foxy getting revealed as an endoskeleton, and it seems to be drawing the comparison that that is like basically a foreshadowing for the Mimic, and that the true way that you get in the story is realizing that Foxy never wanted to hurt you and is just going along with the role that he's been given and simply wants to join the band. And so that quite literally is the Mimic. I think the Mimic is going to join sides with Vanessa and Gregory to stop M1, who I think is like the true villain of this series, at least this part. And that'll be interesting. Yeah, the Foxy was a good guy. It was the first FNAF theory, I believe. That's interesting too, because also Foxy Bro represents anger, right? The visceral anger that he had towards his brother, right? So you align that with the Mimic, who's also filled with anger towards Edwin, right? Towards everyone, right? It also draws potential lines to the Vengeful Spirit, right? And they could easily do that as well. And I think maybe they've already done that too. So there's a lot of lines that you can draw to characters, and having that intense feeling of anger, that it seems like they are doing. Part of the Foxy jump scare appears on the monitor. Really? Didn't know that. That is very interesting. Foxy is a good guy. He just kind of hangs out. That's a pretty funny theory, I'm not gonna lie. The fact that that he just isn't actually killing you. He's just like being like, hey man, how's it hanging in there? You guys doing all right? It's a fun theory. Okay. Look at a photo of FNAF 1 Foxy. Look at the monitor on the desk. Okay. FNAF 1 Foxy jump scare. Here's the jump scares. This is FNAF 1. I don't think this is gonna have. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, it does! No, you're absolutely right. I never noticed that. That's, yeah, you can see it on here. That's pretty fun. Get this crazy jump scare. Yeah, you can see his jump scare on the monitor too. Kind of slightly. I mean, it's harder to see. Um, that is a pretty good attention to detail on like part of Scott. Dang. Yeah, that's pretty interesting. I didn't notice that. I mean, you can see it a little bit with some of the other jump scares as well. It's pretty interesting. That's cool. I like that detail, but it's like something like you didn't really need to add that, but you know, I think that's what makes the FNAF game so special. Is like there's very clearly a love and attention to detail. Tied the click team code? Oh, it's a bug. Why is it a bug? Because I thought it was um wouldn't it just be like them showing up on the monitor or the screen? I didn't see it. I didn't realize it was a bug. I thought that was a feature. I was praising Scott for his attention to detail, and you're like, yeah, that's a good bug. It's a funny bug. I'm like, oh, dang. All right, well, actually, Scott sucks at programming. Interesting. Huh. I realize we haven't been listening to any music. We also have almost been going for 4 hours, and it is currently almost like, well, it's past 2 o'clock, but, you know, I need to get this therapy done, okay? We need to look at this. If we don't, we won't solve the FNAF lore, and that is something that I cannot have. I must solve the lore. Okay. We only got a little bit before we can really dive into the analysis. We're gonna look at every word. And you think we're joking, but we're not. I hope this has been fun for you guys. It's been a really successful stream so far. I've really enjoyed having you guys chat with, and normally we don't get this much interaction, you know. So it's you guys are awesome. Okay, and then the last one, log 8. Yeah, it's interesting that it's 8 and 8. They both have the same number of logs. At least I think. Wait, no, that's 4, 6. That's not. I messed up there. That's 7-1. That is not that, though. Oh yeah, I think I missed a couple of them, like this one. Then 8. This is the final one. These are pretty short. I really need to finish replaced. Oh dang, why am I... Wait. I don't... Wait, that's 4-6 again. No, it's not. Four, six. This one. And 4. Oh, that's the problem. Okay. This needs to go. This is actually not this one. This is. Well, I don't need it to be like that. Like, is that just gonna get rid of all of them? That's unfortunate. Let's say. Yeah, it would be after this one. 8. But that wouldn't be the last one. I'm so confused. What did I do? Okay. In this one, I understand you'll be transferring to a new location, so this will be 7, not 8. This will be 6. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is the last one. Okay, we fixed it. All right, we got it, and then we can actually start analyzing them. Okay, which I'm quite excited about. Okay. Okay. There we go. All right. So now we get to figure out who exactly is Gregory. Now I wanted to set this up to where I had Vanessa's tapes and Gregory's tapes because I believe truly that they parallel each other. So I want to kind of like compare them. I think that'll give us some interesting notes. So let's start with the very first one. All right. Which is this one. And I think it'd be nice to listen to it. And then we can talk about it. Okay. That's pan unit dialogue. Alright, let's just read it. It's fine. Thank you. Good morning. Isn't it a pretty day? No. What's the matter? Oh, right. Too bright. I'll pull the shades. Better. When the shades are pulled, it feels like we're in a cubbyhole. Or cave, yeah? So you're not talking to me again today. This isn't all that productive, you know? Don't you think the sessions are more successful when you talk to me, you know? Everyone associated with this company gets performance reviews, right? When my sessions don't get results, my reviews aren't very good. If you don't want to talk for your own sake, how about for mine? And you don't want me to get in trouble, do you? I could be put in the corner for a timeout. Yeah, you think that's funny, huh? Gregory hates light. Near other people interesting. Yeah, very clearly there's some correlations between Moon and Gregory here. So, the way that I think about this, I'm thinking about like the symbolic thematic connections, right? And what I mean by symbolic, what I mean by thematic, because like I know those are random fancy words that get thrown around there is things that are connected by a thread that are meant to intentionally contrast or be comparisons to each other. Like with this, right? Vanessa likes indoors, or not indoors. Vanessa likes to be outdoors, right? Gregory likes confined spaces. Vanessa does not like to be confined because she wants to have the open space, because she has freedom, right? That is the biggest thing, is she has a lot of things that are chaining her down, traumas, things, her father, very controlling. She doesn't want to be restricted because it reminds her of her father. You are Gregory botphobic. You know what? Fair, but you have to admit, and Ruin, it was right. Gregory was a robot. It was all true, right? For one game, it was right. But yeah, so I'm gonna write some of these thoughts down because I think it's interesting. In what point? In what point? In what point? What do you mean? In what point? I was talking about Ruin. In Ruin, Gregory is the mimic. At least his voice. So, I mean, can't be too biased against it if Gregory actually was a robot one time. But for this, right? So, Gregory doesn't like sunshine. He refers to be isolated and alone in his cubby or cave. Obviously, there's connections to this is very similar to David Murray. I don't think I even need to say that. I mean, but it's not literal. I mean, it is literal. The mimic does use his voice. I mean, we're about to find that he trained it. It's quite literally him to a certain degree. I can be as annoying about that as I want to be, too. If you're Gregory botphobic, I'll trigger you. The human named Gregory is never shown to be a robot, but what if the Gregory named human doesn't actually exist? What if he is not real? Edwin's son is the only David in the FNAF franchise. That is true. True. Edwin's son is the only David. David, I want some ice cream. Okay, David, that is my ball. It is out in the road. This is very similar to David Murray slash Moon, who does not enjoy sun. And that works in more than one way, actually. Why is there a Mike Farmer? What? I think there was one in Monster. Why is there a Mike Farmer? Interesting. Monster's an interesting story. I actually liked Monster a lot. Mostly because it talks about shapeshifters, and that feels relevant. Very interesting. It talked about how the Mimic's actually being used as a disinformation bot. It's similar to in Superman when James Gunn was all all of the chimpanzees typing. You would know if you watched the movie. These all the chimpanzees that are typing on Twitter, all forming disinformation. That is the Mimic. He's a shape-shifting demon from hell. No, actually, I really think that was an interesting one. Give me all evidence for Eliza post-MCI where there is. Who the heck is Eliza? Elizabeth. I'm dumb. Okay, hold on. Give me all evidence for Elizabeth past MCI. I mean, okay. I think that it's possible that the issue that every theorist has with this is okay, the sister location bots were created specifically to kill kids, right? They were specifically designed to kill. If you want to talk about the Silver Eyes trilogy, the idea of William Afton killing kids is nothing new. I know people don't like the idea that William Afton just killed kids because he's a psychopath and a murderer. They think that's boring, but I think he's a psychopath and he just likes killing people, at least at first. I think Elizabeth was a bit. He fancies himself a scientist, but really he doesn't know crap about science, at least in the continuity of the Silver Eyes. I think he's a little bit more. He's a little bit more intelligent in the games, maybe. But still, even then, like from a scientific perspective, I don't think he really knew anything. Uh, I think he thought he did, for sure. But I think similarly to the games, it's messing with things he doesn't really understand, right? Uh, I have a wild theory that William Afton was told about the supernatural by something else. Only creation are the fun times. I mean, not really. I mean, William seemingly did a lot of other stuff, right? I mean, Henry was very clearly over the design aspects of the animatronics, right? But like William was seemingly more of the businessman. But he was very clearly an engineer who was very smart from that aspect. Is Scrap Baby saying, I will make you proud, Daddy, evidence for will care? No. I think that is a very basic misunderstanding of the unfortunate nature of manipulation and abuse. Because I think that is, whenever it comes down to it, like William seemingly did care about Elizabeth, but in the way that he cared about Vanessa in the movies, right? Not great. I don't think he has the capacity to actually care about his kids. The idea that Michael Afton and Vanessa's like mantra that William hammered into them is, you are of my blood and you have a purpose, like in the FNAF 2 movie, it tells you everything you need to know, right? No, he does not care. He cares about what they can be for him, right? As children. That is literally all he cares about them. And I think the first of all, can I just say the line from FNAF 2, the movie, the fact that like you are his child and you have a purpose is probably one of the most disturbing lines in the entire FNAF, potentially the entire FNAF franchise. Like that has. Oh wait, hold on, my camera may have died. My bad. Hold on. Alright, it's back on. Sorry, guys. Like, that's dark. That's got some dark implications that are just incredibly horrible. So Gregory doesn't like sunshine. He refers to be isolated and alone is how the whole... I mean, it seems like Gregory's a very introverted type, right? This is very similar to David Murray. Moon does not enjoy sun either. So I think that's an interesting correlation. Do you think he had 3 children, even if he didn't, because Mrs. Afton forced him to? Social pressure. I mean, look, I don't know, and quite frankly, that's an aspect of the lore I do not care about. I don't want to get into that. I mean, it's kind of implied by the use of like like it's the use of like immortal and the restless that I think maybe implies that William Afton had like an affair. Not just because that's what happens in the cartoon. The reference that's referencing to the Immortal and the Restless is specifically a reference to a show that was renowned for its uh, very like progressive use of like depictions of like affairs and like pre-marital stuff, and like just like that generally was unheard of for the times that it was out, and it's still going, I think, too. It's what's it called? I forgot what it's a parody of. But yeah, Immortal and the Restless is a parody that's got made to something else. So it's very clear that like potentially William Afton may have had relations with like another woman potentially. Who knows? It's possible Vanessa might be an Afton. I mean, there's some very clear evidence she is in one continuity, but again, not really anything I care about. Just gonna be real. I don't give a crap what he does in his personal time. He kills kids in his personal time. Let's be real. That's not a very noble guy, you know. Okay, I want to look at Vanessa's first tape because I want to contrast these. What does she talk about in her first session? And does this prove my theory? And why does it keep doing that? Don't do that. Stop it. Ugh. Why is it doing this? Why isn't it letting me get over there? Oh. Okay. Hello, Vanessa. How are you feeling today? You look a little tired. Well, it's been a while since we last spoke. How's your anxiety been? You did so well with your calming protocols when we first worked together. Are you still using those? Yes? Okay, good. Well, now I understand. There's a new issue. It came just recently, rather suddenly. Can you tell me about it? What issue? I've been doing my job. I come in and set up my desk and do my work. Yes, of course you do. Your performance reviews are good, but a routine check of your online history has revealed that you spend quite a bit of time with someone in an encrypted conversation. Immortal, the Restless got onto my brain. Or disproved. But what if kids aren't actually Williams, but Clara cheated? Wait, I said Clara. That is never confirmed or disproved. I mean, yeah. I mean, I don't know. Again, it's a part of the lore that it doesn't really go into it. You know? I don't think it matters much, to be honest. I've been doing my job. You do. Your performance reviews are good, but a routine check of your online history has revealed that you spend quite a bit of time with someone in an encrypted conversation. We have transcripts, and I've been reading them, but it's not clear what you're talking about in these conversations. I can't make sense of it. You must be getting something from this that I'm not getting, right? Who are you talking to in these? No one. Sometimes I talk with Lewis. He's in marketing. Yes, I see Lewis here, but there's someone else. Says David, Cryington, and Gregory are all the same. Do you agree? Not really directly. Like, I don't think Gregory's just a random kid off the street that I think is possessed by something else, or I don't know. I mean, it seems as if he's possessed, right, by M2. But I think that there are correlations potentially between the crying child and Gregory. You could look at what's that theory called? God David? The God David theory? Oh my gosh. Yeah, you could look at God David, as a potential thought. But I don't know. Let me go back real quick because that's interesting, but I want to look at something. Because that isn't directly correlated, but it seems as if maybe they're out of order there for how they connect. Okay, hold on. You're not going to talk to me. So that's another thing too. Doesn't respond to therapist. So you're not talking to me again. That you don't want to get in trouble. Fines, uh, fines being put into amount as funny. There's several times where it mentions specifically him finding certain things that the therapists say as funny. It's a response, right? He responded, he laughed. That was more than she got out of him anywhere else. So it's worth referencing or mentioning. You're not going to talk to me. No, what's the problem? Oh, the flowers? Yes, these are particularly fragrant today, aren't they? I'll move them. There now, let's see. What are you looking at? You're amazingly alert, aren't you? All right, well, I'd like to have you tell me about yourself. But I can see that you're not going to do that, are you? Or are you? All right, then, if you aren't going to talk, I'll just go by these notes. You just sit there and be comfy, or not. That chair doesn't really fit you, does it? Well, that won't take long. Let's see. Your previous counselor no longer. Your previous counselor is no longer available. Does that bother you? No? You don't look surprised to see me sitting here instead of your last therapist. Well, let's look. Well, then let's get to it. I'll admit that some of what's in your file is a little surprising. Overall, you don't come across as a troublemaker, but if you read between the lines, it's clear that you have a little rebellious side, right? And I'm surprised by your knowledge of computers. You're something of a FinUp. You know what that word means? It means you have unusual skill, like a hacker. I assume you know what a hacker is, yes? Do you think of yourself as a hacker? That's interesting. There's a lot of things interesting. So, was bothered by flowers. Vanessa liked the fragrance of the flowers, notably. So that's connection. You're not going to talk to me? No, what's the problem? You're surprisingly alert. Hacking skills. Gregory has shown he knows how to hack and use Fazbear equipment. Yes, he does. And that's interesting. Why? Why is that something he, like, you're a bit of a FinUp, you're a bit of a shoo-in. You have a natural affinity to technology, right? Does not talk to her. Doesn't talk to her. If you're going to talk to me. So it makes it very clear he's a child. Doesn't talk to, surprisingly alert. Isn't bothered by disappearance. Because he freaking caused it. Disappearance of therapist. To protect Charlie, but I believe Charlie died outside of Freddy Fazbear's. Yeah. Potentially the first. Interesting. It's interesting because every time that the Ultimate Guides talk about the location where FNAF 4 happened, it keeps calling it a pizzeria. Which is interesting. It doesn't call it a diner, but like we see in the teasers that the hat belongs to Fredbear's family diner, and yet seemingly by pure coincidence, Freddy Fazbear's Pizza is established as beginning in 1983. Just so happens. So why particularly that year? Maybe the location we see in FNAF 4 is actually a Freddy Fazbear's, which would make sense if the Fazburger theory is correct. I don't know. It is interesting. If I read in between the lines. And again, it's this idea of like you have this other side that's a bit of a troublemaker. Wasn't Fredbear's, but actually in the FNAF 2 building. Since the FNAF 2 building is the 85 location we built. Or it could be it could be similar to the FNAF 2 movie. It could be the original location. The test site, right? That would parallel Elizabeth's death if the idea is that like it's a test location in the same way that like Circus Babies like Pizzeria was meant to be a test location. Both of them kind of died in the same year, right, that it opened. Interesting. All right, guys, I apologize. It is 3 o'clock in the morning for me. I am very tired. I'm going to end it off here. I might do a follow-up stream tomorrow. At some point, it might not be early anymore because it's already early. It's 3 o'clock in the morning, and I'm tired. So, thank you guys literally so much for, my gosh, having like probably the best stream I've had in a long time. Like, it's crazy to think that over the past like 4 hours that like I've had almost 200 views, like from people coming back and stuff, but like 200 cycling views, which means that like a lot of people have stopped by just to check this out. So thank you guys so much, and a lot of you guys have stayed for a long time. Like, my gosh. So I'm gonna be continuing this. We'll figure out who Gregory is more next time, but I really want to like give my full attention to this. So I'm gonna end this off. Thank you guys so much for joining me. I hope you guys have a good rest of your day or night, or you guys are from all parts of the world, so whatever time it is, you guys have a good one. I will see you guys next time.